circumstances, baby. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner to our bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad. Separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from your love, my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn this level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, no, no power. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't breathe. When he turned to the master and said, Lord, have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel.
Good afternoon to listeners, all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, Monday. And we are still assessing the 2025 general elections. Well, the EOJ announced its final count last night, and it is 35-28, 35 for the ruling JLP, 28 for the opposition PNP. All right, we are going to kick off today's program, yes, by, looking at what happened. And I have with me today the losing candidate for West Central, the man who put up a battle against the Prime Minister, Paul Buchanan, and public commentator Lucius White. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Pablo, I want to start with you.
How are you doing, Desmond?
Well, I am supposed to be doing okay, Paul.
Yes, that's my friend.
I want to start with you. One of the things that I keep telling people, because some of the younger people don't know, that West Central St. Andrew is not West Kingston. It's a constituency that the PNP has won. I remember in that constituency with A.J. Nicholson when he took back that constituency from Yapsam. And before that, you remember that candidate that was there in the 70s. Paul, what was his, just remind me his name again. No? Sometimes it slipped me.
I mean, you're talking Dr. Blake, Warren Blake?
No, not Owen Blake. Before Owen Blake, man.
Warren Blake should have David Core.
Not yet.
Before AJ, you would have had David Core. You had Sebright. You have David Core. You have Carl Thompson.
Carl Thompson I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes, Carl Thompson. Yes. So we were watching the results on Wednesday. We saw you leading. And then I think it was when 18 boxes to go. And after that, it would appear that, well, not appear, all those 18 boxes went to the votes in those 18 boxes, all went to the Prime Minister. What happened to Mullins Garden and those strong PNP areas? They didn't come out to vote, Paul?
No. One of the great mysteries of our time and in the electoral history of this country is an answer to the question, what happened to the Mullins vote? The Mullins, the people at Mullins, the voters came out overwhelmingly. And there was a mismatch between the response of the people and what came out in terms of numbers. That points to massive collusion, and it speaks to vulgar irregularities. It would mean, in the language of the people, that money talk. Let me give you the facts. There are 13,400 votes in Mullins. The history since adult suffrage has shown that we have never lost that division. It is by far the biggest division and one of the biggest in the country. It is what they call a PNP stronghold. Never before have we recorded those kinds of numbers, those 2,000 numbers. And what you are now telling the people who came out joyously celebrating from 11, 12 o'clock, vote out boxes at St. Mary's, Ernie Gardens Church up at the top of Jerusalem, down at Jews Avenue, was a total vote out.
Yes.
Malcolm Drive, total vote out.
Yes.
We know all of this. Answer. There was a blatant absence. The Mullins vote has not been accounted for. Not then and not now. So we go now to precedent. We go now to the argument Andrew Holness used. Forget CUA. CUA, where boxes were over there unsupervised for over an hour. You understand? Not sealed. And we have evidence of that. Forget Mall Road, was vote out. And because of Andrew Holness, the vote stopped. Forget DuPont, where we voted out overwhelmingly. And again, there was a stoppage as well. We're not even watching that. What we're going for. We're keeping our eyes on the prize. The Mullins vote came to the party and has not been reflected. So, where is the Mullins vote? Where is the... And so we're going to have to use precedent. We know there was collusion. There are things we can't say on the phone. And we are talking inter-party collusion. I'm not afraid of telling you that. Man get buyout right across.
Okay.
But, and not that the people them don't vote, you know, the vote just don't come out. Say that a matter of pink slip. They can't fool me. Can't fool the people. You forget your station. Just call 50 people in random. Ask them what took place on election day in terms of voting.
Yes.
Any 50, Labour, Right and PNP, and they were in the Mulline's division. They will tell you, some boy, it never normal. And that them out tell you. We are talking straight now. We're not no pretty talk.
Yeah.
You understand? Because my canvas showing me 6,700 votes for the first time. You understand? And out of that 13,000. If I got 4,000 in Mulline's, I win the election.
Yes.
4,000. And we can't find the outcome doesn't match the actual vote on the day. And one long day, I will give you the response of somebody who should know, but I cannot reveal. I gave them my word. And I'm telling you, so we have to use precedent. We have to use the statistical analysis now and go technical. We have to look at the past. What has been the voting trend? What has been the number in the Mulline's division? And know where we can find 2,000 votes. Where is 2,000 votes doing in Mulline? Mulline is a place where the minimum, even Patrick at his worst, is getting 3,000-4,000 votes. Where's the vote?
Yes.
And certainly, I would have been more, let's say, accomplished candidate. I've been one at JLP Garrison in West Rural. And Andrew Holness knew that he was in a fight. Yeah. If he never knew that, he would lick down all of the zinc fence them down a Cockburn pen. So we're talking truth now. We don't have no facts. We don't have no time to pretty up anything. And this is not about a sore loser. Yeah. I've been to Parliament already. I don't miss nothing. You understand? I've been to Parliament. You understand? I'll give him whatever is due. But what the truth is, the Mulline's vote has been missing.
Yes.
And
so it would appear
that is where we are. So we're gonna look at the numbers,
yes,
to see what has happened, and we're gonna test the precedent, how it is that Andrew Holness took Warren Blake's seat. You understand?
Yes.
Warren Blake numbers, it was argued, was highly inflated. And as a result, the numbers coming out could not be justified.
Yes.
In this case, it is in reverse. The claim by Andrew Holness was that Dr. Blake's numbers was exaggerated. They didn't have to prove anything else. They just look at the history and say, no, he couldn't get such a spike. Well, in reverse, we can drop down to 2,000. And it wasn't supported by what's on the ground. So we're going to court.
Okay.
Them can't rush to go swearing. We will try and beat him before that. Because we're compiling our whole heap of information. It's not that one little one name 90. I don't know just tell them Desmond, we know every one of them. It's not that one backs up all the EOJ officer and Mr. Mano do no all CPM officer get backs up down a compound. We have a whole heap of them because intimidatory access. That make this not be a model of democracy, which it should be in the Prime Minister's constituency, as in all of Jamaica.
Right. So
justice must not only be done, it must appear to have been done.
So
and there's no justice in this.
So you are taking this to court? You are taking it to court?
Of course I'm preparing the brief, and my team is preparing the brief. We're going to court.
Well, let us have that. Lush, what are your thoughts?
I am very, very concerned with the whole operation. one of the things that must be brought into focus is the custody of voter box. If the count up to a certain time, well, let us put it this way. If 18 boxes were not counted, where were those boxes? Why they were not counted? And when they were counted, what about the custody of all the boxes between polling station and counting station? What role did people who is responsible for the box and who is responsible for watching the boxes on behalf of the individual parties? Because if it's a case where the boxes were just handed over to the Electoral Commission and it's under no scrutiny from the parties that are interested in the election, it means that any connivance between the electoral people and whosoever else have access to it, when the thing reach where it is to be counted, the people who are counting have to just count what they get there.
Yes.
So the custody between the polling station and the counting station is critical. Now, in my opinion, your scrutineers have some certain responsibility. Before any vote is allowed to be taken, the boxes should be open before them, knock out, push your hand in there and feel if any vote in there, come there first. When you are satisfied that you have an empty box, it lock up and you stay there and watch it. After the time for closing, after the thing is closed, you have to still be vigilant between the polling station and your
counting
station.
Yes.
But one of the things that really annoys me is when I hear argument about polling station lock off while people are there to vote. And when that happened, did anybody tell the candidates that this is happening? And what did they do?
Both Wallis and myself would have known in real time what is happening.
Yes.
Because, people will call them candidates and say this and that. But I have taken a position beyond speculation. Because we're going to speculate as to what happened. We might know privately what happened. And some of the things we cannot say. What we do know is that, and we have seen it, is that the numbers don't support the actual voting on the day. And how we test that, we go to statistical analysis and precedent. In 1997, Andrew Holness got Dr. Blake's seat by saying that his numbers spiked and it bears no relationship to the past trend or whatever happened before in terms of the elections past. And in 2025, we are arguing in reverse that the Mullines vote was severely depressed. And as a result, we are using the same principle in court that he used to get the seat. He successfully argued that,
No,
he successfully argued that.
I want to ask you a question.
I will go in the same route with him.
I want to ask you a question. So party PNP scrutineers watch those boxes and accompany them from polling station to counting station. Am I right?
Presumably, but the damage would have been done before, and you don't know where it was done. You don't know where it was done. You have to look at the outturn. We can examine till kingdom comes. You have to look at the outturn. If you want to look at it, you might call it the macro position. What we are saying is that what come out of the box, then bears no relationship to what went in. And we are saying this is the same argument used by Holness to get a seat from Blade.
Yes, but what I am trying to understand, Paul, is this. That, remember, at the polling stations, you have scrutineers observing what is taking place. And also, in the election observers too. So they are watching the polling. When the polling closes, the boxes are supposed to be supervised, and I know that both parties, the scrutineers from both parties, are there watching the boxes.
Desmond.
Yes.
Desmond, hold on. You and Lucius are street men. You understand the street. Is that so these things go? What you're talking there is some orthodox situation.
Yes.
But if there is collusion,
And this
when
is,
you have things like that, if there is collusion between both parties, presiding officers and EOJ, all of what you're talking about goes in the wind. We are alleging that that is what took place. But we don't need to go there. All you have to do is to show. That was what Andrew Wallace was saying in 1997. All you have to show is that the outturn is out of whack with precedent and what took place in elections prior. We are saying over 5 or 6 elections, we have never seen this. And in this election, we outperformed ourselves, but the numbers coming out, you understand, do not match the enthusiasm or what took place then. And the only yardstick we can use is precedent. Andrew used that successfully. I will use that in court.
Okay.
There are other things that I will supply my lawyer with, our lawyers with, but I can't reveal those things on the thing. But all those things we're talking about, a lot of irregularities. We have things like the courier route, which was signed off by the returning officer. But these are route to the counting station. When you go, instead of going the signed off route, you go all the way to Tower Hill and go down 3 Mile and then come up from Jewsland. So all of those irregularities, we understand that. And in totality, all of that should undermine any pretense of democracy and order rerun. He doesn't want to face me in a rerun. He didn't even want to face me. Because the masquerade that took place on election night cannot be justified. Because even those boxes that them go find over there 10 o'clock in the night, 5 hours after the polls close, and 2 hours after every other box come in, is a joke. Because they would have the word custody and all them sort of things. But I'm not going there with them. I give them all of that. So give me the best explanation now. I am saying the numbers until my dying day, that is not the numbers of the Mullines vote. And if the real Mullines vote came to the party, I would be declared the winner. And that is the fact, that is the truth, that is anybody, even biased persons on the ground, will tell you. Where is the look stock? Everybody merrymaking, everybody vote out.
Yes.
Everything vote out. Where is the numbers?
Okay.
Simple.
Yeah, yes, Lush?
I am I'm sincerely hope that some of the things that you're doing, say no, is really something that you know you're going damn well have to say before the court. Because if you're not saying them before the court, and the court is going to measure what is measured, you are going to be a very disappointed man. That precedent. Hold on. Just let me finish.
Read the precedent.
Forget president.
No, that is what Honest used to come to power.
And this is a different court and coming to a different conclusion.
Well, we're going to use the same argument. And it is
you can use the argument, but it's not an argument that you're bound to win. You might win. That is the only argument.
I don't like speculation. I love facts.
Neither do I.
And the fact is that the numbers, I am a numbers man, it don't support the outcome. And if you're going to go to speculation, all those things, all the sudden people give you all start argument. Then they come man down and compound will box up the indoor agent, the EOJ policeman, because he never do what he want to do. You understand? All them little things, we can't throw them in. We can't throw
them in. These are things that you must throw in.
We are going to put them in, but I'm saying the preponderant argument is that the will of the people was not expressed at the end of the day.
Okay. Gentlemen, just hold it for me. Give me a little time. Let us take a break here. We are assessing the general elections. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is loading up the heat this summer with their super savings summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kind, so energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS, and make the shine never end.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. We are talking to Mr. Paul Buchanan, yes, the candidate who contested the West Central St. Andrew constituency and public commentator Lucius White. So, gentlemen, when you look at the broader results now, the PNP, the EOJ announced last night that they have completed counting. and the PNP now is 28 and the JLP 35. So what do you make of the broader results? Paul, what are your thoughts? What is your take?
Well, it was a mountain to climb. We had 19 seats to win and 14 to hold. The party, by any measure, did well in recouping 14 of those seats. We fell short, but not disgraced. I believe that we went micro in our economic offering to the people, and by going micro, our offering got lost, and we were in the realm of Andrew Holness and all of his thousands of projects that he strained to tell the people. And when it come down to crunch time, he went back to his tried and trusted gimmick about doubling minimum wage, which took 8 years, and we never handled that well. We might think it don't impact, but when people are underpaid and underemployed and all of that, when you're talking about doubling minimum wage, it is potent. All we had to point out that it didn't work. It was a lie. 2016 was a lie. It took 8 years to double the minimum wage. I wasn't hearing that. I was just hearing that it can't work and we have a better plan. And this would have been my position as far as that is concerned. I would have quickly pointed out that they come back with the tricks again and the lies. The 1.5, which went through 1,000 trepidations before you would reach this, and it was nullified by the indirect taxes that they gave us something on one hand, and they took it back with all of the indirect taxes that they threw on us. We weren't hearing that. Yeah. We weren't hearing that this is just an election gimmick and all of that. We were hearing, we weren't hearing enough. I did not see a full-throated response to all of that. I was thinking that the arguments was too esoteric. We are talking about economic policy, and we have a better way to deal with the economy. Yeah. My problem again, in terms, when I speak of micro and macro, I had offered big projects to drown Andrew Holness and all them little gimmicks. I had offered a logistic hub at Jam World, from Fort Augusta to Jam World to Caymanas, to take cargo from Africa, Europe, and the Far East through the Panama Canal, straight to Fort Augusta with a dedicated road to Jam World, less than a quarter mile. I discussed all of that with Kingsley Thomas, and we worked out that a lot of it. We put our heads together and offered that. I think we should have gone in that route. We're talking about jobs. We're talking about jobs from retrofitting. We're talking about jobs from manufacturing, processing, coming from Africa, from Europe, from North America, all over the world, right at Fort Augusta. It was viable. It was powerful. We would have swept all of St. Catherine, and indeed, because everybody would be looking at jobs. The two highways are there, the South Coast and the North Coast, to pick up that cargo. We didn't go that route. I believe that we engaged ourselves with micro projects, and Andrew Holness relish in that kind of world with all these little things and goodies that him promised, and some of them were so impractical. But yes, I believe we should have gone for these big projects, because that is part of the PNP DNA. You understand? And we didn't go there. It would have dropped, because what you're looking at now in this dispensation is niche projects and niche products, because we're talking an era of high tariffs. You understand? So you have to go to products that are niche products. You have to talk about high mountain coffee. You have to talk about ganja. You have to talk about agriculture from the Jamaican diaspora. Only those can surmount, and tourism. Only those things can surmount the tariff walls. And so it means that you have to look at new products to create revenue and jobs for people. And that logistic hub, not the little one that Wholeness is projecting down Wherry Wharf and Kingston Terminal.
Yes.
Though that is based on that is I don't want to use the word. That is just perpetuating the concentration of a monopoly down there. So that makes no sense.
Yes.
You go to the deep port at Fort Augusta, you move your cargo, and you start a massive logistic hub engine in Caymanas on the Dyke Road going right up there, and you go over there. And all of that, the government take the land through eminent domain, and we go. And we go into this new economic dispensation with strength and power, rather than going through. The ideas are good enough in terms of the education, trust, and all of that. But there's so much of them that sometimes the little people get lost. You need some projects that people talk about in the ice cream parlor and in the barber shop and the hairdressing parlor. A man said, boy, may I go over Portmore, may I go look at work, may I go look one of the work, I'm over there. Look at what jobs you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is the golden gate. God give us that. We are strategically located to the greatest market on earth. What are you talking about? That's where we should be going. Yeah, the products, projects, but I won't pick up your time, hold up your time with all of that. But that one jumps out. You understand? You put a King Thomas there who have credibility, the man who is the architect of the North Coast Highway. Understand?
Yes.
And you have the press conference with your leader in front, and your GenSec and your sector minister, and you announce these things. We were playing in a little game with Andrew Holness. Him come out with some, we come out. You need the big projects to separate yourself.
Yes.
Separate yourself. But nobody not listening. Poor little me.
Yeah. Let me hear, Lush, what is your take on the broader results?
Well, certainly my namesake results, Isaac, my friend, I am happy for him. I am, one of the things he said on election night, it struck me, and I think the country must take notice. He spoke of entitlement. Some people believe they're entitled. They're entitled to get all the land. They're entitled to do this. They're entitled to do that. All of those lands out on the coast. Now, man, they fought hard that the people that have access to their coastline and their beaches and their recreational facilities. And this is part of the story of Portland. And that has to be dealt with. And that came out in the election. Okay. Too much entitlement. It's almost entitled to take the people's taxpayers' money, fight election. Well, let me tell you something. Because the first thing I hear. You see that take up of the Norman Manley International Airport money, 12 years of that lease revenue, that accounted to 74 billion. It was backed by a little tricky bond issue that was floated out of Cayman by Clark, the former finance minister, and given them as a gift. They claimed that they was going to use the money for Spark, 45 billion, and the rest would go to budgetary support. Nonsense. They might have spent about 35 and you have to look good. And there is some budget support, but if you let them save 5 or 10 billion out of that, you saw that in the election, the vulgar spending. Just check me and the Prime Minister. I was outspent 1,000,000 to 1. 1,000,000 to 1. That is not democracy. That is not democracy. And at a personal level, what I have come out of my little pocket, in many instances, the public purse was part of the equation. So we want brave journalists to tell that story. You understand?
Yeah.
That is what is happening. You understand? There's no fairness. You understand?
Let me hear from Lush. Lush, what is your take?
My take is that we have to have a complete and more vigilant approach to the whole election process. Among them, I think the electoral office, all the people there should be retired forthwith or fired, whichever one they want to organize. Now, the function of the electoral office is to prepare your voters list. No. For years, the electoral office is saying that there are dead people on the voter list. They don't need no new legislation to remove dead people off of the voter list.
They do that, you know. They do that. They
need legislation to take dead people off of the voter list. You're talking foolishness. You're dead. You're dead. You cannot be eligible to vote.
There are some. Well, in my case, I'm not accusing.
I'm not talking about your case. I'm talking generally. A man can't be an eligible voter on a voter's list when he is dead. So if he's dead, you strike him off the voter's list.
No, Lucius. In many cases, what you do, you use electronic voting.
What are you talking about? Electronic? You don't need no electronic.
Fingerprint. Your dead man fingerprint can't come up. They're not going to go there.
So dead me the dead when me go there for vote and my fingerprint now come up?
No, on election day, there were problems with those machines and all of that. And I will agree with you. What we have to do is modernize the system. You understand? So
you know what the first
get
thing,
frustrated and go home.
You know and the first thing you have to do.
But I won't say them never make an effort based on what we saw to clean up the list. And there would have been a few that slipped through. But we can do this. What we need to do is get proper machines, efficient machines, and get the vote moving fast.
And
when people come in,
you don't need a machine. You just need a red pen. One red pen. Every striking man were dead before him buried. Them have to prepare a death certificate. If a death certificate is prepared and sent to the registrar of birth and death, the registrar of birth and death can communicate directly with the electoral office, or the electoral office can look at it monthly. And if the man is certified dead, you strike it off with a red pen. You don't need no electronic nothing. And it don't take 10 years or no new law. Anybody who wants to challenge a dead man certification, then make them go to court and show him how that dead man was going to vote.
Yeah,
what you have is a system where people allow the system to be in a state where they have loopholes to exploit.
I have issues, but that is not one of them.
I'm not telling you what your issue is supposed to be, you know. I am telling you my opinion. We make excuse to create situation. It comes seem like the Muslim at the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission law wasn't created to get justice. It was created to give an excuse. Because you can't say anything and you can't do nothing. So the Integrity Commission is impotent because of the rules that you put in to protect certain elements. These are the things that you must fundamentally change. But to get little nearer back, any system at all where the voters' box is not under total scrutiny throughout the process, not part way or some of the time. If power cut somewhere, that not mean to say you vigilator have to go sleep when the power cut. You need more vigilance. And if your vigilators are sold out, they have compromised the system, and therein lies your problem. But I am not dealing with anything that this as far as I'm concerned, this matter is something that's supposed to go before the court. And what I'm talking about is a general principle. And the principle I'm speaking about is that your box, if you have scrutineer who don't have the experience and the vigilance to ensure that if an empty box comes there, you can end up with a loaded box leaving. Now, the people at the counting station is going to count what reached them. So, if the thing wasn't put in there, the question is how it getting where it is to be counted. So once you get into that kind of situation, and your camera or whatever, if it's not on, you're vulnerable, and it's not you are vulnerable. It is democracy, because I, for one, cannot join the line that I hear congratulating the Electoral Commission for telling me that the voters list is crowded with dead people, because they have time and access and legal access. Every damn thing we hear that we need new legislation. You don't need no new legislation. You need people who will carry out the things according to the existing legislation. If a man is dead, nobody can tell me that I need a special legislation to take him off the list. And then you hear you need funds to be granted to the Electoral Commission. To do what? You will need a red pen.
And what about those who migrate?
You can also take that, and these are the kind of things that you don't need no whole department. You cannot look at 3 or 4 people, and part of them job is to monitor these things. But you know what? Everybody have an excuse why things are not done, and what is supposed to be done is not properly done. Jamaica, we will all have to tolerate the government that we get. People get vote, but some people were denied their right. Now, look how long we have the election, and everybody know. Say if people in a line, they are allowed to vote, whichever how long it takes. All of a sudden, at a number of polling stations all over the country. No, we hear noise in the ones where affect certain areas there, so, but it's happening all over the country. Cafe say 21% of the the system was compromised with this sort of thing. No, when the level of compromise is such, you can't tell me that we had a good and fair election. You had an election. You go to exercise. But if it's fair, does it really represent the wishes of the people? Because if you stop people from vote, then the results don't get the wishes of the people of Jamaica, you get the wishes of the people who you allowed to vote or to vote them at end up in the box. So altogether, what I'm saying is the political parties have to ensure that A, they are in touch with their people, B, they must be vigilant in protection of the people's vote. And if you're leaving it up to whether electoral commission or anybody other than the vigilance to ensure that the law is adhered to, then we are in trouble, because it means those who are audacious enough to blatantly do what everybody knows is required of the system, they just do anything, get the result, and then the onus comes on the system now to come and prove this and to come and prove that. Yeah. I am not congratulating nobody about this election. I'll have to live with the result, and all I am saying is that the people of Jamaica, you get the government you want, and you get the government you deserve, and all of us will have to pay the price. But I can tell you, when any organization can with such contempt manipulate the suppression of the people's wishes by their votes and accommodate a system where you are telling me after how many years that you have dead people on the system, and you want law and you want funds to correct it. I'm saying, to me, it is an insult to the intelligence of the people. And more people need to say, let us stop being nice and be politically correct, because nobody don't want to be say things that make some people uncomfortable. I am not particularly concerned about being nice and political. All I am concerned is that the people of Jamaica deserve to get a government that reflects the wishes of the people of Jamaica.
So, gentlemen, what are your expectations of the government now? One thing we know that we have a stronger opposition. So, what are your expectations of government and governance for the next 5 years?
All right, let me just come in. There is a certain purposefulness about Mark Golden. He's sincere and he's sharp. He knows where the economy should be headed. I keep telling people one of the outstanding things about Mark Golden is the humility. Mark Golden was the one, and I've said it often, who wrote all of those enabling legislation, including the ganja legislation. But more importantly, the one which set the economy on the right track. I was in Parliament then, he prepared that foundation, that base, as Minister of Justice, that Peter Phillips could carry out the consolidation program, the fiscal consolidation program, and overcome the primary surplus challenge at the time. So let's get that out of the way. He knows what to do and where to go. It is not filled or based on shenanigans. He's sound and he understands. The government will be challenged, as I said. There are the budgetary challenges. We have upfront we have used up a lot of future earnings. Our tax base will be under challenge with some of the things that Holness has promised. Our foreign exchange will experience slippage. Where is the money to come from? Where is the export earnings to come? Can be tourism, and more. All right, we have not had any dramatic fallout in terms of the remittances and all of that.
Yes.
But how will this be sustained? There are serious sector challenges that await, and the opposition with more members in parliament will be able to extend their counter arguments and in fact their position to a watching populace and provide solid alternatives to what the Holdings administration has produced so far. So that time is coming. The PMP is in a better position now than when Golden took over. He has done a good job to bring back the party to where it's supposed to be. To bring it back, not in victory, but in a competitive democracy. It could have been worse. And he did his job. Now, all of us will be watching, and I believe that Holdings will be severely challenged in an era that we need unique and niche products to survive. And I don't hear any of that. It's still circling around the same set of products. We're not thinking outside the book. We're not thinking outside the little circle of products. We need to have an aggressive program to embrace robotics and information technology. We should be the new IT, the new technological frontier. I don't hear of anything being put in place. Now and then you hear a little thing. The PMP will lead the way in all of that. The Southern Silicon Hub, which is Southern Miami, in 2023 had over 6 billion in venture capital. We need to attract that kind of capital to the emerging technologies to change the scope, the fates of our economic offering so far. We have gone from the era of sugar and banana and all of that, but we're not yet there in terms. There's nobody on the Fortune 500 in the first 10 names that you can see is outside of technology that has gotten there. And as a poor country, we have tremendous exceptionalism, and we must utilize it in the area of robotics and AI. We need to get there. And outside of that, all we're doing is just talking about a limited pie, and we will suffer foreign exchange losses in an increasingly technical world. The robots are coming. Is Jamaica prepared?
All right, let me hear from Lush, because we are running out of time. Lush, what are your expectations?
I am expecting cronyism and corruption to advance because they have been given a mandate to do more of what they have been doing, and what they have done is ensure that fewer people get richer, and in spite of so-called increase in employment, your production has not increased, which means your productivity is going down, and your reliance of survival or maintenance of your standard of living is going to be dependent on something which is diminishing, which is your remittance. We have failed to make an aggressive assault using alternative energy, and we have failed to do anything about agriculture. We talk and talk and talk, but we neither increase our coconut industry nor create a breadfruit industry, and we do not. As long as you can do nothing about your food security, you are not really going anywhere. We can do much better, because any form of industrialization where you have the higher cost of energy and you have the higher cost of money, it means that you can't sell your thing to anybody. So altogether, the future ain't as bright as people think. Because the first thing, you must understand the principle that your standard of living must be related to your productivity and production.
Gentlemen, we have to end it there for today, but certainly we have a challenging time in front of us, and we will have to see what is going to be done in order to make the lives of the people better. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Buchanan, and I want to thank you very much, Mr. White, and let us say to be continued. Thank you very much.
Right, your blessing.
Okay. All right. Yes, that was our, assessment of the elections. Yes. And boy, there's a lot of things for us to talk about. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kinds, so energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we climb. JPS Jamaica. Together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Yes, welcome back. Yes. And as you know, we had last week, we had elections in Jamaica and in Guyana. Well, before that, let me remind my listeners and viewers that in the Caribbean, we had elections in Trinidad and we had elections in Suriname. Well, what happened in Suriname and Trinidad, we had change of governments, but in Jamaica and Guyana, the ruling party retained their position. So we want to have a regional look, and we have with us this afternoon St. Lucian veteran, Caribbean journalist, Earl Bosque, and Adam Harris out of Guyana. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes. Let me start.
Welcome. Huh?
Yes.
I haven't seen or heard from Earl for the longest one time.
Well, only this morning, I think I saw Adam's fingerprint in the local press, and I inquired whether he was still active, and I was very pleased to learn that he is still as much at it as I am. Hi, Adam. Adam, it's been 30-something years, almost 4 decades.
Yes.
Yes. Adam, let me start with you. The results are final in Guyana now, right? Adam?
The results are out.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, the ruling party has returned with an even larger majority. They have more seats than they had in the last elections. But our elections were interesting because we talked about the lists, we talked about Commonwealth residents, and for the first time, I saw Commonwealth residents being presented with voter ID cards. In addition to that, some of these people got their identification cards in June and July, but they were still able to get on the voters list when Guyanese were told that, well, it's a little late. And then we had interesting comments on social media where Nigerians said that they were induced to vote for the government, and they talked about how much money they paid to their colleagues and, the source of funding to get them to vote. But be that as it may, the government has been returned to office, and they're going to be there for another 5 years. So it's what...
Adam, I see that this new party that was formed the other day, it also did well in the elections.
Yes. As a matter of fact, the elections are historic. One of the major political parties, which was the People's National Congress, has been removed altogether from the parliamentary process, in the sense that for the first time, it is neither government nor leader of the opposition. It has the fewest votes. And that in itself tells a story. The new party, when we invest in nationhood, Mohammed, he grew out of attacks by the government and the vice president trying to prosecute him on information provided by the United States. And establishing a political party was his way to retaliate. He said he was coming to challenge the government. And he did more than challenge the government, because he made a mess of the major political opposition party at the time. He collected a lot of votes from them. Of course, he took votes from both sides. But he did very well. He has the second largest number of votes in Parliament. And for what it is, he is going to be the leader of the opposition. In addition, we've had the history of our country, less than 50%. That has never, ever happened in elections in this country. The voter turnout was low. And a lot of people said it was due to apathy.
Well. Earl, what do you make of the elections so far?
Well, the elections are over, and everything that Adam has said is being covered and discussed in the Guyana media and internationally in the online press, particularly between media influencers and propagandists on both on all sides, including the third party that has now become the second. The declaration, I think we need to put what Adam and I will be saying within a special regional context in terms of the differences in the electoral systems that exist in Guyana and the rest of CARICOM. As Adam pointed out, Guyana has a proportional representation system where parties do not field candidates for constituencies, but they they have a presidential candidate, and the parties vote for regions, of which Guyana has 10 electoral and administrative regions, unlike in Jamaica, St. Lucia, and everywhere else under the Westminster, inherited Westminster colonial system. We go first past the post. So that the number of seats a party gets in Guyana is determined by the overall number of votes cast in the election and divided by the 65 seats in parliament. That is one fundamental difference that must be looked at. You also have an interesting composition and mechanism establishing the Guyana Elections Commission, which has the final say in all elections in Guyana, but this time around with results being published on time, in time, as received. Everybody knew the result from the trends by the end of the second day, when over 90% of the votes were counted. But given this is an 83,000 square mile, 616,000 square kilometer country, where votes from the deep interior sometimes have to come by foot, by horse, or by river, the declaration cannot be made until a couple of days later. And that was the same this time around. And we also had the commissioners for the government claiming that the result, the declaration, was delayed by a further 2 days because the three opposition commissioners had recused themselves from the vote. They abstained from the vote. Now, with three commissioners for the opposition and three from the government, the chair was left to cast her vote with the government in order to validate the exercise, which had been verified by recounts. At the end of the day, the declaration was made on Saturday evening, and the president was either sworn in or celebrated on Sunday. But the general feeling in Guyana and among Guyanese abroad, including here in St. Lucia, is that the election has ended incident-free. And I think, Dennis, Adam will agree with that.
Yes, it was incident-free. There was some tension, but it was incident-free. No acts of violence or acts of intimidation were reported. And as I said, that might be largely due to apathy, because a lot of people were saying, well, it's 6-1, half a dozen of the other. No way am I going to be impacted, so I'll just sit it out. And that is what people did. A lot of people stayed home. Another thing that affected the main opposition party was the youth vote. Now, in Guyana, we have an interesting position where, unlike the rest of the Caribbean, perhaps with the exception of Trinidad, Suriname to a lesser extent, our vote is determined largely along racial lines. And So one group would be form the base of one political party, and another group would form the base of another. Now, the main opposition party at the time had a lot of young people who gravitated to this third party. And my view is that it was a case of give. Who would have given the most to these young people actually secured their vote? You know, it's a case of gimmick. So the young people, rather than vote according to conscience or belief or anything, decided to accept the larger price from the major donor. And that was interesting this time around.
So votes were sold. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, votes were sold in the sense that, you know, the competing parties went to areas and they made a lot of distribution, some financial. For example, on social media, there were posts of the government distributing jerseys and caps, and in the package, there was currency. And that was made known. People saw it. I suppose all you would have seen those two.
I saw those two. I also saw other things that I will add after you.
Yeah. The third party, Muhammad, he had deep pockets, and he was able to entice a lot of young people with financial donations and gifts also. So that spoke a lot to the kind of support the one party or another would get.
Yes, and I would add to that. Sorry, Adam, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm all right.
Okay. Yeah, I would add to that there is also an element of thought that looks at previous elections, the midterm elections in 2023, considering that the PPP Civic got into office late in 2020 after a 5-year hiatus, when the then ruling alliance was reluctant to hand over power. In the 2023 local government elections, which can be seen and was treated as an indication of midterm support, the ruling party did win over to its side many traditional supporters from the racial standpoint in terms of supporters of PNC APNU, both in terms of councillors as candidates as well as gathering and being part of their machinery, even if back then only from the appearances of what was being done with the earnings from the oil and gas. By 2020, by 2025, the PPP Civic was going in with a 5-year record, a splendid 5-year record of massive spending, massive infrastructural development, and as Adam has pointed out, it was able to do quite a lot to put money into people's pockets. The references made are things that happen in every election around the world, but in this case, I'm talking about the size of the benefits, like 100,000 Guyana dollars for every person in every home, another 100,000 for every student, and promises of more of all of what was delivered in the last 5 years. So I think that the attraction of benefits from governance and not necessarily only financial benefits from party played a significant role in reducing the element of the race vote, which, if it had been like previously, would not have resulted in a situation where the PNC would have lost Region 4, which is the largest constituency that includes the capital. It has never, ever lost that region. And Region 10 in Linden. I mean, those, before the election, it was unthinkable that the PNC and APNU would have lost either of those two pillars of support. And to round it off, of the 10 regions, the PPP Civic won 8, and the newcomer, the gold-plated newcomer party, won the other 2. The PNC is going into Parliament with a level of proportional representation that does not include any region, again, for the very first time in Guyana's history. And I think in both Guyana and Jamaica's cases, like I did in a recent article, there are new and old lessons to be learned about what has remained the same and what has changed fundamentally in elections in the Caribbean today.
Gentlemen, both of you, tell me, in Guyana, tell me, the black votes, the Afro-Guyanese votes, they customarily support which of the parties? The PNC?
Traditionally.
Yes. Traditionally. And the Indians,
yes,
support the PPC?
The PPP Civic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
now,
yes, Adam. So what has happened that black vote, that Afro-Guyanese vote, look as if they turn to the new party?
Well, a lot of them went to the new party, and of interest. Carl, I did not see the final tally. Are you saying that the new party won Region 4?
Yes, the declaration that the opposition commissioners refused to.
No, I know that.
Yeah, Region 4 and Region 10, because there were recounts requested in both cases, and those recounts were done.
No. But did the new party win Region 4?
Sorry, not Region 4, Region 7. Sorry, Region 7. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me go over that again, Desmond. It was unthinkable that the PNC could have lost Region 4 and Region 10.
Yes.
And it was also unthinkable that this new party would have won the other 2 of the 8 seats, the other 2 of the 10 seats, leaving the PNC without a region in Parliament for the very first time in its history.
I didn't see the final count, but Vice President Jagdeo said...
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Vice President Jagdeo said that his party did not win Region 4. So that is why I wanted to know. I know that the new party did not win Region 4. So I wanted to know who won Region 4 then.
Well, perhaps you could help us understand, because what the Vice President Jagdeo was saying was, in terms of what I heard, was that while at the time when I left Guyana on Wednesday, that while the Commission had not yet declared Region 4 for the PPPC, the PPPC was by far the winning party among the 3 in Region 4.
Well, that seemed to have changed, because the Vice President said that his party did not win Region 4. I will have to go back and look at the tally.
Who won it?
Well, in that case, it would have been the PNC APNU. So that is a slight difference.
And that I haven't, and like you, I'm on the ground, online and on in the Guyana social and mainstream media, and the very fact that neither you or I have been able to see anything declaring Region 4 as having been won, maybe there's something we don't know.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, Guyana has a new president with a second term, PPPC in for a second term. And I can also say that the opposition at the end of the count inquired about the legality and possibility of being able to challenge the results in court. And the retired Chief Justice, who is the chair of the commission, indicated that yes, that path is open to the opposition if it wishes to challenge the results in court.
And they can only challenge in the court, yes, by way of elections petition.
So both of you gentlemen, what would you say are the political implications for the PNC in this election?
Well, there has been a lot of talk. One, there should be a change of leadership, because to lose like that, the leader should step down. That's what people are saying. And two, there has to be a fantastic amount of rebuilding. You would have to go back to the drawing board to recapture the young people, those who went to the third party, those who went to the government, PPP. It's a lot of work to come back from that hole in which the main opposition party has found itself. It has literally been taken off the political landscape as such, because it has no say in parliament. It has, in short, not no say, no parliamentary control, either as government or as opposition.
Yes. Before the elections, the opposition had how many seats in parliament?
The government had 32. The main opposition had 30 or 31. Am I right?
The government led by 3. What? The government only had a 3-seat majority.
No, 1 seat. It was a 1 seat with support from the what you call the join the list.
Yes.
It was a 1 seat majority and the join the list. So it had 2 seats. It would have had the equivalent of 34, 33. But the main opposition party had about 30,
Okay.
But now it has only 12.
Yes.
So you can see that it has been eroded to a large extent. And people say apathy, the low voter turnout. 70% of the opposition supporters did not vote. And then there was the movement of the young people.
Right. Gentlemen,
so it hurt.
Gentlemen, just hold it for me while we take a break. This is Rebel Radio. Let's go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in lights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, we are discussing Caribbean elections, yes, Guyana and Jamaica. And, you know, one of the things that we, gentlemen, we want to look at, well, look at the elections from a regional point of view. So in Jamaica, the government retained its position. In Guyana, the government incumbent retained. New government in opposition took over in Trinidad and in Suriname. Earl, I want to ask you, when you look at, what is your take on the Jamaican elections?
Certainly, the Jamaica elections, like I said, we have to look at things from the standpoint that it is only once in a blue moon that you have two elections in 3 days within the CARICOM region. Yeah. And therefore, there was intense discussion, debate, and exchanges on the two elections with, in many cases, them being painted with the same brush while they took place in very, very dissimilar circumstances under different system. Guyana with its own homegrown proportional representation system, and Jamaica under first past the post. But there are two elements I wanted to raise. Having to deal with elections commissions and the issue of manifestos. On the issue of manifestos, I wanted us to look at the extent to which manifestos matter in elections today when people have access to information at their fingertips, or even from the Rebel Radio broadcast in the case of Jamaica. In the case of I did hear some sort of attempt at an explanation for the PNP's inability to unseat the JLP as being the result of the PNP issuing its manifesto too late. Whereas in the case of Guyana, the two major parties, the manifesto is out early enough, but the third party, the Wind Nation nationhood party never was only 3 months old. I never even got to publishing, a manifesto setting out what his goals are, what he's planning to do, etc., etc. So, against that background, where a party without a manifesto can eat into the heart of an established 61-year-old party as well as a 65-year-old party, the question I wanted to ask ourselves is whether people still wait for a manifesto to decide who they're going to vote for, or whether a manifesto today is simply a notebook of the promises that a government makes and people listen to for holding the winning party to account rather than deciding which party to vote for after they've read the manifesto.
Yes.
That's an interesting point. Now, in terms of manifesto and promises, the main opposition promised much more money. But in Guyana, I can tell you that people don't set too much store by manifestos until after the elections. Then you would say, well, you promised this and you didn't do that, you promised that and you didn't do that. The vote is largely supported by the race position. Very few people vote on issues. Very, very few. There is a saying that if you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. And the manifesto is largely just that. So what they had was a lot of manifesto issues being put on social media by way of video clips. Now, in other countries, the manifesto means a lot. People study it, and that would inform their position. Well, not everybody, because you still have the diehard voters who vote for one party or another. But the swing vote is determined by the manifesto. People who give serious thoughts to campaign promises. In Guyana, that doesn't play such a major part. It's a bonus. As Earl said, the third party didn't put out any manifesto and did very, very well.
Yes. Yes, it is the post.
The other issue I wanted to raise, Adam, you could maybe help us on the issue of the commission. Our election commissions across CARICOM are appointed in different ways to Guyana. For example, my understanding is that elections commissioners are appointed for life. And therefore, if that is so, then the 3 elections commissioners appointed by the PNC and the Working People's Alliance, who are the 3 existing commissioners who refuse to declare and accept these results, if they are there for life and refuse to resign from what we understand to be a very lucrative post, then is there a possibility that the leader of the opposition, the new leader of the opposition, who legally has the right and the power to appoint opposition commissioners, might find himself in a logjam if the existing commissioners refuse to resign? You will have an opposition leader unable to appoint any commissioner, if I'm right. Is that so?
That is so, and it's very, very interesting. That's an interesting point that I never considered. But yes, the commissioners are generally appointed You know, and the thing about it is, you see, our commission was a creation of Jimmy Carter because we had one and the chairman. And Jimmy Carter said, listen, your chairman was largely appointed by Burnham, and you had a commissioner by Burnham, so your commissioner would largely support Burnham under any condition. So he came up for one election, the 1992 election. He said, look, we're going to have 3 from the government, 3 from the opposition, and an independent chairman. But we have held on to that for more than 30 years. You know, in other countries, the commissioners are independent, very independent. They are largely thrown up by civil society. The political parties, I think, have precious little to do with the appointment of the commissioners in the rest of the Caribbean. And that is why we have this problem in Guyana. Our elections commission seems to be a political body, and that in itself is creating problems. As Earl said, the new opposition leader seems to be hamstrung because he can't remove the commissioners who are there for life.
And they were not appointed by his party. They don't support his party.
Yeah, you know, but I would like to see an elections commission that's appointed by civil society. You know, names come up and all of that. For example, in Jamaica, St. Lucia, anywhere at all, I don't know that you can safely say that a commissioner belongs to one party or another. And that is the difference in Guyana.
The commissioner is usually appointed by the administration, the elections minister, in many cases the prime minister. But even so, the person selected has to have some semblance of independence or some
neutrality.
And neutrality. Which is never the case. But the other thing too is that elections commissions in the other CARICOM nations also include party representatives. In addition to other sectors of society, each party is allowed representation, and not necessarily equal. But that level of representation might reflect the number of seats you have.
Well, in Jamaica, the political parties are allowed to have 2 representatives. Each side have 2.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And the others, what is the size of the election commission in Jamaica?
I think it is
an odd number.
I think it is 8.
An odd number.
8 or 7, one of them, I think.
Does the chair have a casting vote in Jamaica?
Yeah, I think so.
Because in Guyana, the chair has a casting vote.
Yeah, but in Jamaica, I don't think that there would be need for such a vote if you have 4 from political parties and the rest from civil society.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, so, but in Jamaica and the other Eastern Caribbean countries, Adam, you get to know the election results same night.
Yes, that is true.
And the period between casting the vote and getting the final declaration can be, as indicated, it can be tense.
Yes. But as we said, the composition of the election commission isn't strictly along political lines, and that makes a difference.
In Guyana, it is.
In Guyana, it is.
Yeah,
and
but everywhere else, they try to blend it a little more.
That's correct, and that is what Jimmy Carter was suggesting after 1992. But we held on to it.
I mean, you held on to Jimmy Carter so much. The Carter Center is inscribed in your constitution.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. I mean, And I am, so surprised that we seem not to want to move away from it. It suits the party in power. And that is why the chairman is selected, by the government. The opposition.
In every case. In every case.
That's correct. The opposition suggests a name, and the government sees it and would like it and say, yes, I will take this person. And sometimes that person could be a thorn, as was the case of Steve Surajbadi. He was appointed by President Jagdeo, and after a while, he continued to be his own person. And so he wasn't going to vote or take any political direction. As a matter of fact, under his watch, the Elections Commission arrived at decision by consensus. Nobody sat along party line and say, my party wants this. The issue was debated, looked at, and a consensus arrived at.
Yes.
That is no longer the case.
Yes.
But if we could look at Jamaica, the Jamaica situation, the JLP has won a rare third consecutive term by CARICOM standards. And even though the opposition has increased its representation, to what extent do we see what influence will the results have on the move by the then outgoing administration to pursue a reparations action Britain through the Privy Council? Is that still very much on the cards?
No.
Alongside Jamaica moving into the Republic?
Well, that is on the card. What is the issue here is that the opposition has indicated its intention to recognize the Caribbean Courts of Justice as Jamaica's final court. The government...
Oh, that's interesting.
The government has not done so. And we are still awaiting to see what the government position is. So the constitutional reform discussion, which started before the elections, we are hoping to see now what will be the position when it is restarted. Yes.
That is
an element of continuity of uncertainty.
Yes. Yes.
I like that.
No, but there are other elections due. In St. Lucia, you'd think the election is next month. The opposition in a two-party system, like most other territories, the opposition launched its 17 candidates yesterday at a rally. Even though the date for the election hasn't been set, and even though the constitutional time frame goes until October of next year, 2026.
Yes.
By which time an election can be called, and like in Guyana, but for different reasons and in different ways, not having to do with increased earnings, national earnings. The Philip J. Pierre administration has since 2021 been able to carry out a policy of implementing its manifesto promises through legislation every month in Parliament, so that a party promise would become a national policy. and not one that only benefits supporters of the ruling party. And the Prime Minister is a finance person himself, and it would surprise many to know that ever since the Ukraine war, sanctions started affecting energy prices, cooking gas, diesel, gasoline, and other forms of energy have been subsidized and kept at the same price as in 2021.
Wow.
At a cost of hundreds of millions of EC dollars. And there is an element of hope by the ruling party that its record will take it through. But history has shown that the election isn't won until the last vote is counted, and parties doing well in office ought never to sit on their laurels and hope to be pushed into office only on their record when any opposition the ultimate objective of any opposition would be to make your record look bad.
Right. And in St. Vincent, to that, from all indications, Dr. Gonzalez indicated that there will be elections this year too, although it is...
Before the end of this year?
Yes, although it is constitutionally due next year.
Yes, well, as you know, Dr. Gonzalez is CARICOM's elder statesman, whose radicalism started at Mona in Jamaica when he was head of the Students' Union that called a strike in defense of Walter Rodney. Yeah. And he was also a lecturer at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, where he was into constant conflict with Prime Minister Tom Adams, in particular, him being a progressive lecturer in politics at UWI, accused of teaching and preaching communism. After the Grenada, I often call it the Grenada suicide. After the Grenada Revolution committed suicide, Ralph went into elective politics, and ever since he won his first seat or one office, has never lost.
No.
And this might be his fifth or sixth consecutive term. And there are two elements that Caribbean observers note. One is that over the past almost 3 decades, the opposition's weakness has accounted greatly for Dr. Gonzalez's re-election, in addition to the natural advantages that come with ruling parties, being able to everywhere, including Guyana, spend state resources in national development projects that will yield results 5 years' time at the next election.
Yes.
So that the role of observers, which is another one that we sometimes tend to overlook, the international and regional observers all attested to a peaceful election day and commended the process, but each found different ways to itemize concerns, because, I mean, what's the use of a commission, a commission's credibility if it only comes and says everything was all right? So what I have noted elsewhere is that in the case of the EU Commission, they use European yardsticks to measure the Caribbean electoral process, you know, as if to say things that we do here are not being done by traditional parties in Europe. The only difference is that they may be doing it in more refined ways. That when they talk about things like party finance campaign processes being transparent. That is something the United States and everywhere else has introduced, but it has never worked. You know, when Obama went to run for the presidency, he was a poor little Chicago boy.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So, you know, observers, we tend to sometimes take issue when they come up with issues that they would like to see done differently. But we also have to see it as part of the course, because the whole construct in which they operate is one in which they're expected also to be able to operate in that way.
Yes, yes.
You know, but the observers, one of the things we notice about observers, though, is that they're just that they can make recommendations. As in the case of the 2020 elections, they all made recommendations, but none was accepted. And that's because they don't have a clout. The only observer mission that had a clout was the Carter Observer Mission in 1992. Well, in 1990, because the election should have been held there, and Carter came in and got Desmond Hoyt to delay it so that changes could have been made to the electoral process. And he had clout. It was the U.S. government clout that made people sit up and listen. But the other observer missions don't have any clout. They don't have any legal standing. So there is no reason to accept whatever they say.
Well,
yes.
Yes.
No, I wanted to say that one needs to maybe at a later point look at the role of IT and certainly online media influencers, their roles in elections today.
Yes.
I mean, we looked at the evolution of manifestos moving from solely being publications to now also being featured online. And I think that we can also look at those other aspects where application of IT to election processes either helps or hinders.
Okay.
Because nothing is always perfect. But it was very good being there. And Adam, glad to catch up with you. I'll give you a shout next time I come over.
Yeah. Yes. And Art, I haven't forgotten, you wrote a column back in 92 that if the government was vindictive, I could have ended up in jail.
If it was, you would have. Did you?
I read it, but I don't I don't know what I would have gone to jail for. And people said, Adam, take legal action, because I wasn't known to steal anything or commit any fraud or anything. So I said, look at Earl. Anyhow, that was 30 years ago?
Yeah,
more than 30 years ago.
The background that I lived and worked in Guyana between 1993 and 1999. I got married there. My last son was born there. So I was part of the political and media landscape in ways that would take 3 or 4 more programs to explain.
All right, gentlemen.
You were Janet Jagan's Lloyd boy. All right.
I want to thank.
Thanks again, everybody.
I want to thank both of you very much for your time, and we have to continue this discussion. Thanks very much. Yes.
All right.
Those journalists Adam Harris and Earl Bosque there, and we are assessing with Caribbean elections. Yes, and they made some important points that we have to follow up. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kinds, energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
Tell me now. Leaving below in this old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in there. Where would I go but to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to guide me till the end. Where do I go back to my Lord?
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. It's Monday. It's time for Workers' Time. Yes, this is where we go to the workers, to the workplace to see what is happening there, you know. And this afternoon we have with us the president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, St. Patrice Ennis from Jamaica. And over in Trinidad, we have Michael Anisette from the Caribbean Congress of Labor. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
And blessings, as I would say.
Yes. St. Patrice, I want to start with you. You want to give us an update of what is happening with the wage talks with the government.
Sure, but let me first greet my brother and the second Trinidad. Good afternoon to my brother in Trinidad there. In response to your question, as an update to the public sector negotiation, well, we had scheduled 2 meetings in August. Things for the 21st of August and the 27th of August. None of those meetings actually took place. Those meetings were scheduled with the government. As you would know, those days were not only were they during the period of the heightened canvassing by both political parties, as you know, because there was a general election just last week. So, and the head of the negotiation, the public sector negotiation, would have been Minister Xavier Main, the Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. So none of those meetings actually took place. But the reason for that was we were stuck on this zero. And so there was an intervention by the Partnership Council. The Prime Minister had summoned the parties to a meeting with the Partnership Council, and that would comprise of labor, the private sector, involving business community and the civil society, as well as representatives of the government. At that meeting, about 4 ministers were there. That's on the 21st of August. You had the Minister of Labour, Pernell Charles. You had the Minister of Education, Dana Morrison-Dixon. You had the Minister of Finance, Favor Williams. You had Minister Audrey Marks, that is the minister in the office of the Prime Minister. And you also had Xavier Main in that meeting, as well as representative from the private sector, the president of the PSOJ, as well as the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, along with others from that group, and civil society persons like Trevor Monroe and Professor Neville Ying, among others. And from our side, we had invited the Jamaica Teachers Association, who is a member of the Confederation of Trade Union, or which is a member of the Confederation, to be in attendance at that meeting, because they had activated their various regions and were about to take industrial action. And out of that meeting, we had made some progress, and we had a follow-up meeting on the 27th. And you would have heard that coming out of those meetings, the government decided to move away from its 0% offer in year 1 to a 2% offer in year 1. So instead of the 0, 2.5 that we had over the 3 years, we now have a 2.5 or 2% in year 1, and the 2.5 in year 2 remains, and the 2.5 in year 3 remains. So that's the change that has happened since the last time we met. Now, as you know, the election was just held. We await the new team. We don't know how the Prime Minister's cabinet will be configured, and so we await that, I believe, before the recommencement of any form of negotiation. But just that the government has moved away from the 0% offer in year 1. As you would recall, Desmond, they were saying it was 0% in year 1 because they would have paid 7.5% already on wages, which was, we deemed that to be a retroactive payment for our increment for a 3-year period, as I would have explained in earlier conversations with you. So they seem to have acceded to our demand that they not treat that as a wage offer and put a real offer on the table. And so we have moved away from 0 to 2%. So that is the new, that is what has changed since we last spoke.
All right. But, yes, so that 2% now, the parties will go back, as you said, to the bargaining table as soon as the government has configured itself. But let me ask you, that 2%, is it acceptable to the Confederation?
No. Okay. But we are still in a, remember, they had offered this 0% for quite a long time.
Yes.
My response is that I don't know how to count a 0. Mm-hmm. So we did not offer a counter because we believe that the negotiation did not start until just now, when they have put real figures on all the years of contract. So we can now begin the real process of negotiation now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So as it stands now, you await, as you indicated, meetings. So let us see what is going to happen down the road.
Right.
Yes.
Right, because the person who headed the new negotiation was Minister Xavier Main.
Yes.
We do not know what the configuration of this new slate of government ministers will be, or where they will be assigned. Mm-hmm. So we have to await that to see exactly who are we going to negotiate with, and they would indicate the time that we would commence.
Okay. Michael, what is happening in Trinidad? I know that the unions are awaiting the presentation of the budget. Is there anything new?
First, let me extend solidarity greetings to my comrade. Blessings, as I always say, from the ancestors to the working class and Jamaica citizenship. Having said that, you are quite right. You have hit the hammer on the head of the nail, because there is no offer on the table. If you may recall that the present government would have made an offer of 10% while they were campaigning. We are yet to meet and treat on that issue. We are waiting on the budget. They haven't announced a budget date as yet. But like every other thing, we have those neo-classical economists are making statements that, the 10% going to place the government in some financial problems. And there are people who are touting that it is not realistic given the economic situation in Trinidad and Tobago, which speaks to deficit spending. So we have those kinds of issues, but like every other thing, I follow a philosophy that time is longer than twine. We will wait on the budget presentation. We note that there was a commitment by the government to offer 10% over a 3-year period, whereas the former government, the Christopher Keith Rowley government or administration, they were offering 4% over a 6-year period, 002, notwithstanding the economic and financial realities that workers would have had to confront on a daily basis.
Yes.
So we wait, just like you, just like my comrades all over the Caribbean, to see what comes out of the budget, because the budget is going to determine how we move forward.
Yes, yes. And Mike, just update us, remind us, what is the status of the negotiation for the wharf workers? I remember there was a long dispute. Has that been resolved?
No. I think that is part of the budget, because how things are done, and I think it is done right through the Caribbean with governments. They have to allocate the funds. But in our case, the Port Authority generates sufficient revenue to pay the 12%. And we have been articulating that point ever since. However, the issue of the back pay or the retroactivity, because one has to remember that the last time there was a wage increase was in 2014. And we are now in 2025.
Yes.
Which is a economic sin as far as I am concerned. All right, so then those are the dynamics that we have to deal with. We have made it clear to the present government that we are prepared to sit down with the government and work out a creative and innovative way to address the issue of the back pay. There are so many different mechanisms that you can use, because, as we say, a rose by a different name is still the same rose. Right. And therefore, we are optimistic that we should be able to have a resolution of this particular matter, given the utterances that was made on the political platform by the present government.
Yes. And just for the benefit of my listeners and viewers, the wages in Trinidad and Tobago remains. Mike, just remind us again, when was the last wage increase for the workers in Trinidad and Tobago?
Okay. The majority of workers, or unions, I should say, and the National Trade Union Center, of which I am General Secretary, would have rejected the ridiculous and insultive offer of 4% over a 6-year period by the past government, which was 002. However, there are some establishments like the police, like the prisons, like the fire service, like the teachers, would have accepted the 4%. But the mass majority of workers are still living on 2014, 2013 salaries as I speak to you.
Yes.
And therefore, those are the port workers, the daily rated workers, those are the people from the hospital, and these groups of people, the MTS workers, the WASA workers, the T and Tech workers. As a matter of fact, the T and Tech workers had to go to the court to get a decision by the chairman of the Essential Service, Mr. Achong, reverse, because he offered or made proposals on the basis of a cabinet note and information from a cabinet note without engaging the union. They had to appeal that decision, and you know what is legal costs, and that matter has been now referred back to the industrial court for consideration. So there's a lot of dynamics that is being played out, and we are hoping then that with this government, the commitments that they would have made on the political platform, and with the announcement of the budget, which is due by September, thereabout, or maybe in October.
Yeah, October.
All right, we will be hearing some positive news.
Okay, yes. We have been joined too by Coretta McDonald, and she's president of the Guyana Teachers Union. Hi, Coretta, good afternoon. Coretta?
Hi, dear. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the people of Jamaica. And good afternoon to my two trade union colleagues who are here with you. It's always a pleasure being here with you.
Yes, yes. So, Coretta, what is, like in Jamaica, you had elections last Monday. The government, the incumbent government retained its position. And I know that there were some issues as it relates to the trade union movement in Guyana. What is the latest now?
All right. So in Guyana, if you drop a pin, you would hear it fall. That's how quiet the country is at this time. And that is simply because persons are still wondering what is going to happen, if there's going to be a breakaway at some point, if there's going to be mass protests at some point, if there's going to be any kind of disturbance in this country. So persons are walking on thin ice as we speak. The last Monday, we had our regional and general elections, and of course, the PPP, they came out, they were declared the winner, much to the dissatisfaction of the other parties who contested, as well as the many of our Guyanese nationals. One of the issues that we found very, very disturbing is the fact that coming out of the 2020 elections, when there was the recount and all of that, the CARICOM observers, the OAS observers, and the Carter Center, they left with the Guyana government and the Guyana Elections Commission in excess of 25 recommendations. Two of the most prominent ones were biometrics and updating the voters list. None of that happened. During the last 5 years, there have been calls upon calls upon calls to have a clean voters list and for us to go in the direction of using biometrics. Those were ignored. What we saw happening in these elections is the fact that nationals from Bangladesh, having been in this country for 1 year, they were issued identification cards and birth certificates. So those nationals were allowed to vote at the last election. So we had those from Bangladesh, we had the Indian nationals, those from India, we had the Venezuelans, we had Nigerians. All of these persons were given ID cards and nationality stated, not Guyanese, but Commonwealth. And all of these persons were allowed to vote at our elections. And so you can understand what happened there. And the government allowed that because they recognized that the people of this country were tired and fed up of them, even their own supporters. So in order to be able to gain votes, they allowed with their one vote majority in parliament, they allowed that change to happen where you could have had an address, whether it's at a church or wherever, once it's an address, and you could apply for a birth certificate, you could apply for an ID card. And so that's where we are at this time. But what is most frightening is that trade unions in this country, they now have a much more Herculean task in ensuring that workers are fully represented. This government is anti-working class. And now with them gaining additional seats, 4 more seats at the elections, you understand what will happen to the people of Guyana who are workers and even those who are housewives at home. Just today, we saw one political party coming in the public with a letter from one of her supporters showing that this employee this employee, he has been transferred from one end of the country to the other end of the country to work. He's a driver at the hospital. So they would have moved him from where he was and they transferred him way out to the other end of the country simply because he came out there, which is his democratic right. He came out there and he campaigned with a party outside of the ruling party, outside of the PPP. And that's the kind of victimization that will come down on the citizens of this country, where the PPP feels that they own Guyana, they own Guyanese, and so if you're not with them, then you shouldn't be with anyone else. I'm sure you know, because I've been updating the public in Jamaica here, as well as all across the Caribbean, on the status with the GTU and the government, where last year we took industrial action. 75 days the teachers were on the streets for. The court ruled in the teachers' favor that their strike was legal and that the government had no right to stop the deduction of the dues. And the court instructed in the ruling of the judge that the deductions be reinstated. The government took that to the appeals court. The appeals court upheld the decision made in the High Court that the GTU strike was legal and that the deduction of the dues should be reinstated. To date, this government has not done that. To date. No. And so you understand what we have to face, what we'll have to face with as teachers, what teachers will have to go through, what nurses will have to go through, what other public servants will have to go through under this regime, where they will feel that they have the authority to kick citizens left, right, and center. And just let me go a little further. The results were not even, GCOM did not even make a declaration. And you saw the pompousness and the arrogance in Dr. Ali, who was not even president as yet. And he was demanding that you address him as president. And this was one of the media personnel. He was addressing very, very arrogant towards the young man. And so this here is already setting the stage for what is going to happen. We've already had two murders we've already had, an attempted murder. You understand what will happen.
Correct.
Go ahead.
I want you to just hold it there for me. St. Patrice and Mr. Hannes said, all three of you, just hold it there for me. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio and we are on workers' time. Let's take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kinds, energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica.
never end.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are on workers' time. We are have with us St. Patrice Ennis, President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, Mr. Michael Anisette from the Caribbean Congress of Labour, Ms. Coretta McDonald from the Guyana Teachers Association. Coretta, before we took the break, you were making a point. Continue. Coretta?
Yes.
Yes.
So I was saying now that is the state in Guyana at this time. Workers are very, very fearful. As a matter of fact, they were fearful even before the elections. And so now you can understand now what is going to be happening with them. Some of them are so fearful that they don't even want to be seen associating with the union or being a member of unions because of the kinds of victimization that will come down upon them. And so in all of this, there's one thing that will happen. The gap between the rich and the poor will be extended. So in this country where we talk about Guyana being the Dubai of the Caribbean and the country with the fastest growing economy, the rate of poverty, World Bank said it, they gave their report. Over 40% of the population is in poverty. That percentage will increase. And so you know what is going to happen as a result of that? We're going to have many more incidents of crimes. You're going to have more teenage pregnancies. You're going to have many more children who are malnourished, and a series of other problems when it comes to education and what happens in our schools. But I'll stop here for now.
Yes. I want to bring in Michael here because, Mike, you raise a point here about what the unions are likely to face in Trinidad, in Guyana. And, Mike, I just want you to update us, because remember, one of the things that we were saying is that we need to strengthen the relationship between trade unions in CARICOM, so that, for example, when a union in Jamaica is having a problem, it must have the support of its Caribbean colleagues, and likewise in Guyana, Trinidad, wherever. Where are we with that plan to strengthen the Caribbean unions, Mike?
Okay, well, I am happy to report that we have been making some headways. One, our conference of delegates and my comrade from Jamaica, I'm reaching out to you, will be held in Trinidad and Tobago on the 3rd and the 5th of December. Mm-hmm. And at that conference of delegates, we are inviting trade unions and federations across the Caribbean region to come and attend the conference. Let us sit, let us talk, let us work in a manner that is respectful in the context of working for the people. And we think that must be reflected, and more so not only the trade union, but the whole concept of economics for the people has to be part of the DNA of this new CCL, because for my travels, I've been in Jamaica, I've been in Barbados, I've been, across the region. It is, amazing and sometimes comical if I may use that word, to see that the issues that are affecting workers, there's a common thread. There's a common thread. And if you listen to the sister from Guyana, one wants to wonder, well, if she's talking for the labor movement, because those are some of the experiences that we have had to go through as labor leaders, and as workers, and as federation through the Caribbean region. And I have a concept, and I mean, people may not agree with it, but if you have the system that is operating, which is operating through the Caribbean, it will breed the kind of leaders that is more focused on a group of people that shows more interest, all right, in the abstract metrics of economic, and they will prioritize that for corporate profits, as opposed to having an economy that serves humanity. And we must understand that, and we have to go beyond the analysis paralysis. And we have to start to understand that we are a class by ourselves. And therefore, it is our responsibility to make the changes that we want to make that will truly speak to economics for the people or the working class. So that is some of the conversation that we will be having.
Yes.
That is the kind of conversation that we believe that is necessary at this point in time, given all what is happening globally, given all what is coming down in Guyana, given all what is happening in Venezuela, just 7 miles from Trinidad and Tobago. All right, and we have to be careful, and we have to understand that the system that we operate breeds these kinds of politics and politicians, and therefore we have to change the system in order to change the politics, for the politics to be really rooted in what I will call economic for people, or a people-centered economic. And as I've been arguing for an extended period of time, no economy can grow unless we have, as an economic model, job-led growth and wage-led growth.
Yes, yes.
Right? We cannot continue along the lines that I've seen happen, that workers in Trinidad working on 2014 salaries in 2025, because a government makes a decision unilaterally that they're not going to pay more than 4% over a 6-year period.
St. Patrice, you'll be mobilizing the JUCT for that meeting, St. Patrice. St. Patrice.
I think you mean, yes, I'm here. I think you mean the JCTU.
Yeah, the JCTU.
Jamaica Conference.
Yes.
Right, yeah. Indeed, and I concur with Brother Anisette remarks. It is not the concept of job growth and wageless growth. I don't think it is a concept that our people here in Jamaica, from the political directorate, that is familiar with. And this is something that we have to bring to their attention, because they are not, if you should say that to them, they believe you're using some esoteric verbiage that, you just pick up from the sky. And so they are very unfamiliar with what that means. And so I believe we have to engage them, not just in Jamaica, but regionally. As Brother Anisette stated, is that our problems are common. and they seem to be recurring. It's as if you snuff out a fire today, it ignites elsewhere, the same fight, and it just springs up, and we're fighting the same fight over and over without really tackling the root cause of our problem. And I think that is what Brother Annie said, is alluding to at this juncture. But just to answer your question in short order, yes, we are committed to that. And we are committed to our regional cooperation. And we are very much interested in what is on offer in Trinidad later December this year.
Because I know that all three of you must be in agreement with this, that what we want the trade unions across the region to be one regional voice. Because one of the things that the trade unions must remember, that the political movement in the Caribbean is the son of the trade union movement, right? These modern day politicians, some of them might not know that the political movement grew out of the trade union movement. And I think that the trade union movement in the Caribbean should start to reassert itself to get closer to the political system so that they can work together in representing and uplifting the interests and the lives of the Caribbean people. Don't you buy into that viewpoint?
No, well, I will want to disagree with you, my friend, because one has to learn from history, and one has to understand that coming out from the colonial time, we had the Manleys and we had, all the leaders from right through the Caribbean, the Bustamantes and, the Eric Guerriers, the Eric Williams, the Eugenia Charles, and I could go on and I could go on. All right. And at that time, it was about political independence. But the reality is, the independence was clothed in the colonial past concept, and I'm thinking, and I'm therefore, the independence that we speak about was not true independence. And to go close to the party doesn't necessarily give you the sea change that is required to offload that kind of political system that does not address the realities, because we believe that we must shift in our economic thinking, and the policies must emphasize that the ultimate goal of economic is to serve humanity rather than, as I said, prioritize abstract metrics or corporate profits, right? And if we do not understand that, which we do not understand that, because let us not fool ourselves. We live in a system that is capitalistic in nature, and that has its own concept, its own thinking, where labor is seen, right, as go for, or let us give them the crumbs while we eat on the table. As the African says, that if you throw a stone at somebody at the right time as opposed to pelting gold at the wrong time, the stone has more value. And therefore, we have to rethink how we look at the political system. I do not share the view, with the greatest respect, that the economic system can breed the kind of socialism, the kind of concept where the policies or the economic policies ultimate goal and emphasis on humanity rather than profits. We cannot socialize profits and then demonize the poor. And I mean, this is happening right through the Caribbean, and we have to be honest with ourselves. One, we must be brutally frank. Two, in order to solve the problem, because I mean, I was in Grenada about 2 weeks ago, and I mean, it is laughable because the Prime Minister there, right, workers in the financial sector where he is under, they took a decision that they cannot join a union. All right, they refuse the count because they want to ensure that the financial sector from the Ministry of Finance remains free of any union involvement. And we are talking about the 21st century, where we have ILO conventions which speak to the right to organize and the right to collective bargaining. Yeah. And let us not, and when you listen to the sister with some of the issues that she has in Guyana, when you listen to my brother from Jamaica, which he put nicely, 0% is not an offer. So how do you respond to 0%? Because that is not an offer. All right, and then they have moved from the 0 to 2%. But the issue is, to me, right, is that economic is about people. And when you take away the ability of the ordinary citizens, the people in the depressed communities, the single mothers, and I mean all these people, when you take away their ability to buy goods and service, right, when a few people make all the profits, what you are doing is creating a society that we will live to get, and we will see all the social antecedents and the social problems that falls out of the crack because we are not really lifting everybody up, and we are just lifting up a few economically and financially. So I am saying, that is my view, until we change the system, all right, where, and people might say it's a pipe dream, but we see what is happening with our brother Torre. He has been able to transform a country that was considered to be backward, although they had all the resources. And what he is doing now is building it back into the community, where the community generally benefits. And they are making progress on that new concept of how you talk about governance and politics. And that is what we need within the Caribbean region. We can't continue with the first pass, the system, and the Prime Minister is our God. The president hasn't been sworn in and saying, call me president. That is to show you the mentality that we are dealing with. All right? And those are things that we have to be brutally frank about. Those are things we have to address. And as I always say, you have to learn to speak truth to power, because the truth will never change. Okay. Lies change, but the truth, regardless of what you do, will never change.
Okay. Well, we are winding down now. What, Coretta, what have your final comment?
So while I will agree almost 95% with my brother, one of the things I will not agree with is one of the things that I want to emphasize, is that indeed the national politics came out of trade unions. But our problem as trade unionists is that we have lots and lots of trade union leaders who are spineless. Lots and lots of trade union leaders who only think about themselves and what they can gain. So they go and they sit there in position and they only pull for themselves and they want to be in that elite group. So they don't mash the corn of they don't mash anybody's corn. We have got to move from there to have leaders who are selfless, leaders who are about the business of the people. Let me tell you what happened in Guyana 3 months ago. We had the Guyana Trade Union Congress's headquarters, where we also have the Critchlow Labour College. That complex was burnt. Half of the complex was burnt, arson. And then just about a month ago, the other half of the complex was burnt, arson again. And to date, we've not heard anything from the Guyana Police Force. The Guyana Fire Service would have submitted their report. We've not heard anything from them. And we have cameras, we have CCTV cameras all around, We've not heard anything from them. And you know why that is so? It is so because we would have had the Guyana Trade Union Congress standing there, some of their leaders standing there as the real pillars, speaking truth to power. And the government can't deal with that. And so in order to stifle them, you put all kinds of provisions in power, and you're not ready to come to their rescue when they're in need because they oppose you on all the wrongdoings that you're doing. Again, all of these governments across the Caribbean, they would have signed on to all of these conventions. And it really, really irritates me sometimes when we see our leaders, they have the CARICOM heads of government summit. And they sit there and they come up with policies to stifle people like you and me. But none of them would have the gall to say, look, in Trinidad, y'all need to wake up. The government in Trinidad need to wake up. You can't have your workers still receiving 2014 salaries in 2025. None of them would have the gall to say that to one of their colleagues, but they would sit there and come up with all sorts of policies to stifle us. And it therefore means that as trade unionists, we have to band together. Yeah. We have to put forward our policies so that we can stand together with each other and ensure that the lives of our citizens in our respective territories, they are made comfortable and they can receive livable salaries. Okay. Until such time, we will continue to have the elites and we'll continue to have those who are marginalized, and the gap will continue to expand between the rich and the poor. So we've got to change things.
Yeah. St. Patrice?
Well, there's not much for me to add more than to endorse what was said, and I realize you're up on time. Just to reaffirm our commitment to the process. The public sector is our government, as in most countries, is the single largest employer. Yes. And so these negotiations are quite critical in terms of where we're going. As the private sector entities tend to look on to see what obtains in government and are guided by oftentimes many of the settlement with our public sector workers. Our public sector, as you know, is in excess of about 140,000 workers. It is on their behalf we bargain in this round. And so a lot is expected. And so as we engage the government when it configures, just after it configures this new cabinet, yes, then we hope that we can avoid, what disputes that may lead to certain types of actions, and we can settle it in an amicable manner. Okay. And we're prepared for that, and we hope that that is the way that is what will be how we embark on this process.
Michael, you have 1 minute.
All right. Well, now I will wrap. I just want to assure the Caribbean workers that we in the CCL, we are working assiduously, strategically to bring about the innate powers that we have within ourselves to make the changes that is necessary to ensure that the voiceless, the disadvantaged, the working class, the single parent, the single women, all right, the disadvantaged community become a true part of our society where they would benefit rather than having to go looking under the table for the crumbs of the bread while a few people, make all the money within the Caribbean region. So that is our commitment and we are working towards that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. And as you know, at Rebel Radio on Mondays, this is where we talk about what is happening at the workplace. So, to be continued. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, the pleasure minds and, blessings to all the workers and all the leaders. And thank you for having us on today.
Okay. That was Michael Ansett from the Caribbean Congress of Labour, St. Patrick's Ennis, Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, and Coretta McDonald from the Guyana Teachers Association. And that is Workers' Time for today. Well, you heard it there, the plight of the workers across the Caribbean is something that we have to pay attention to. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're rich in kinds, energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. We rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Hello, Brother D. How are you? Long time.
I am supposed to be okay.
You do come. I'll go with something that causes a problem. You keep
To comment during the Frankly Speaking show, you first need to open the video that is being streamed live. Look for the chat box on the side or bottom of the video player. This is where you can type your message. Click inside the chat box and use your keyboard to type out what you want to say. You can type words, use emojis, or even ask questions. Once you've typed your message, press the enter key on your keyboard or click the send button.
Good day. Good day. Frankly speaking, it's amazing how much emotion is still out there over the general elections of September 3. The latest results show the JLP as winners with 35 seats to 28 for the PNP. Frankly speaking, the cussing and the celebration, the rumors and the double guessing are continuing. But there are still one or two issues that the EOJ must pronounce on. Today, we will seek to discuss some of the post-election issues and thinking by looking back on Election Day. Welcome to all our viewers and listeners. Thank you for joining us on the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast, episode number 181. Today is September 7, 2025. Remember, we invite your comments and questions throughout the program. Just go to the comment section or follow the instructions given at the start of the program. We have a special guest today, two publishers, journalists, businessmen, Lloyd B. Smith, editor-in-chief and CEO of the Western Mirror newspaper, and Patrick Maitland, editor of the Agriculturalist magazine. Then we have Desmond Richards and Winnie Anderson Brown, regular members of our panel, and we thank them so much. We welcome back Mary Grange and her husband, Duckworth. We'll come into them in a moment. So let's get right into it, starting with our guests. Patrick.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with you. Give us your impression and reflections on the results on Election Day.
Yes, it was expected. The JLP was preaching on its performance, the strong economic growth, the track record, and fiscal discipline. You know, unemployment hit a record low of 3.3%. Poverty dipped from 16 to 8%. And the debt to GDP declined from 140 to about 65% now. So the public did kind of feel, that sort of strength. Not to mention I would say recent reduction in crime and violence, because that was one of the major setback of the government. And for some reason, the last year they managed to record 40-50% decline in major crime.
You mean this year?
Yes, this year. And also the election promises to cut income tax further and to further hike minimum wage. That to me was something that the public seemed to like. And also the public confidence in the leadership, despite the scandal, the allegations of wrongdoings. Despite that, it's like that never mattered to the public, right?
All right. Lloyd B., let's hear your opener.
Yeah. My view is somewhat different. To begin with, let us bear in mind that some 60% of the electorate did not vote. And that needs to sink in to the discussion. My view is that in this particular instance, what played out was the well-known maxim, all politics is local. And so if you look at the many cases where candidates won, both on the PMP side and on the JLP side, it was clear to me that, number one, the choice of candidates played a role in the scheme of things. And secondly, those incumbents who performed reasonably well or creditably well were able to retain their seats. Those who did not lost their seats. In the case of the PMP, I think in some instances, the choice of candidates was not up to par, and that played out in terms of the results. So that for me, it is not just a question of validating the government's overall performance, but rather when you drill down to the nitty-gritty, a lot of what was happening on the ground played a very pivotal role in how this election occurred and the results that were forthcoming. For example, in the... Yes?
Just finish the point.
In Westmoreland, if you look at Westmoreland, if you look at Hanover, if you look at St. James, and I could go on, in Manchester, because if the PMP were able to have won a few more seats, which it should have won, based on my own trajectory, then the picture would have been different. And when you look at the specific reasons outside of claims of vote buying and voter apathy and people turning away because they could not vote, the reality is that the sufficient numbers to take some of these candidates over to the winner's circle did not happen because of what they offered to the electorate. And I stand by that.
Okay, Desmond.
So I don't buy the argument.
Everything was local. Like B saying the local politics were. Patrick is saying it's performance, solid performance, and promising. Desmond, you had a comment.
Well, one of the things that we must note in this election that the JLP has won, but voters in 14 constituencies voted against the government's policies and programs. And what we must note is that the PNP has doubled its strength, so we should expect a more vibrant parliament. And the other thing that we must also note that the JLP, this third term is going to be a very testing term, because the promises and what I am looking at, I am holding the government to its promises and what it is going to do to improve the lives of the vast majority of PNP and JLP black people in Jamaica.
All right. Okay. Mary, you wanted a comment, and Mary, you were looking at the elections from elsewhere. And by the way, we're just thanking Philip. Welcome, Philip. Will be on high. Good day and good afternoon, everyone. Mary, you go ahead.
Sir Mac, I believe that the message and the slogan of the JLP made a difference. It was a message that provoked patriotism and a call to a sense of duty to country. And as a Jamaican, yes, I'm a generational laborite, and I will always vote JLP. And I think that the average Jamaican is like me. I must give credit to the PNP supporter, the generational PNP, where Jamaica is traditionally, to me, a PNP country. So when JLP win, that's called that a victory. I must give thanks to those PNP, generational PNP, who did not go out to exercise their right to vote to vote out performing government. And I give thanks to the few that switched to go out to vote for the performing government, and to all the laborites who went out in their small but very vocal numbers to keep the government in power. So congratulations, JLP, congratulations, Jamaica, and big up to all my PNP comrades. We're still one Jamaica, and we look to the time when your time will come, and we will also give you your full support if your government is performing.
And Duckworth is with you. But
Yes.
Duckworth, you have a word there to say?
Yes, I'd like to congratulate my cousin Bob Zagrange on her victory. And the prosperity in Jamaica looks very good. As a businessman, I plan to invest more into Jamaica and create an environment that is mutually beneficial to everyone in Jamaica. I'm in the agricultural business, and I feel that the government needs to put more efforts into self-sufficiency, especially with food.
Okay, thanks. Patrick, I want to swing to you on something, that matter of the numbers. How do you feel about the fact that, I think Lloyd B raised it as well, and maybe Desmond, 60% of the people didn't turn out to vote. There are now some discussions about whether the list is actually 2.2 million plus and so on, but so many people did not turn out to vote. How do you look at that, Patrick? Not hearing you, Patrick. Not hearing you. You're muted.
Sorry about that. The low trend has been around a long time. So it's not just this election.
No, the low trend hasn't been around a long time.
Yeah, of course.
The last time we had 37% in a COVID election.
Right. And before that, how much we had?
And 16 is
42.
there, 50%, 48%.
No, it was 42. 42% it was.
So we
2016.
So we're below 50% all the time. So my point though, you know, if the candidates of the JLP were performing, all of them were performing better, especially in the PNP eras, they would have perhaps get far more seats. Let us look at Westmoreland. The JLP did not manage Westmoreland properly. They went, after they won, they had internal fight as well, and they just did not manage Westmoreland properly. Because Westmoreland was also an area that any party could have taken. And they did not manage Westmoreland and Hanover. And so and even Portland, although Mrs. Vaz seemed to do a good job, she did not get into the real political heart of the matter, right? Because that was an era that people really want representation after 30 years of PNP, and it was so badly managed. But they did not get into the heart of the matter and how to captivate and how to win the voters, right? So the eras of the JLP that maintained itself, outside of the performance overall, one, I understand they did a lot of enumeration of new voters. Two, they tried to connect with not just the labor rights, but the PNP people in the era. And generally speaking, they were very much united as a force. So all the areas where PNP took back seats, most of those areas is because the party unity was not there, and they were not doing what they need to do to connect. Because let's face the matter, the PNP really didn't have anything to offer. They did not. And
so before you come out on that, let me just go to ask Winnie if you want to take a comment that see there, Winnie, and then we want to come to Lloyd B. On what happened in St. James,
and
Lloyd B. But Winnie, go ahead.
The comment that you want me to read, Moses says that's called stagnant leadership when after nearly a decade, the economy can't grow past 1%, leaving Jamaica with one of the weakest economies and one of the worst performing currencies. So.
All right, I'm going to come back to this economy thing because Mary has something.
Yes, before you move on, I want to make one comment on all of this. The PNP, they were playing snake and ladders while the JLP was playing chess.
Okay. All right. All right. Really,
Just on this matter, on this matter of low voter turnout. 1980, we saw a record turnout of 78%. And since then, we have been going down. Now, one of the things that it is for me, it is a sign of protest by the Jamaican people. Because what has happened over the years, the political parties have made so many promises, unfulfilled promises. And therefore, the people are protesting. And that is one of the ways that they are protesting, by turning their backs on the electoral system.
Right.
So it is up to the political parties and civil society too to do something to really regenerate the interest of those 60% into the electoral system.
Lord B, can you reflect on that and reflect on what I would love to know what happened in St. James? Because the PNP ran up against a wall in St. James where they needed 2 or 3 seats if they were going to get victory.
Okay. Before I delve into that, I just want to make the point again, because I think we are somewhat living in a dream world. The reality is that just a few thousand votes separated both parties in terms of the popular vote, right? And so when we look at this word mandate, just when we look at mandate, there was no overwhelming mandate, and there was no overwhelming rejection either of the PNP. What we saw was that both parties were able to fully energize their bases, right? And it was these bases that carried both parties to the results that they got. The JLP was able to outmaneuver the PNP because it had a stronger, sustained message.
Thank you very much, Mr.
It won the ear war. It won the ear war, undoubtedly so. On the ground, the PNP did much better in terms of organization, but the PNP would not have been able to outmaneuver the JLP in terms of financing their operations. This is another matter that comes into play because cash plays a very important thing on election day. So we need to look at those factors and not get carried away, because in real terms, we have a minority government again. We have a situation where the majority of Jamaicans have been turned off from the political system, and we need to take that more seriously. And it's not just a matter about apathy. As Desmond pointed out, people are actively saying a plague on both their houses. Now, to St. James, as you asked me, frankly, I have to be brutally frank here. When you look at St. James, which for many, many decades, always leaned more to the PNP, what has happened? The fact of the matter is that the PNP has failed to put up candidates that can match what the JLP has on the table. St. James has always been one of those parishes that produces, for example, cabinet ministers, traditionally. When you look at St. James at the moment, we have the JLP has Bartlett, it has Horace Chang, it has Malawi Fort, it previously had Omar Davis, who was a minister of state. So when you are going to go up against that sort of juggernaut, you have to find candidates that can compete with these people. And I am not going to, it's not that I'm trying to demean those who ran for the PNP in the election, but one has to be frank and honest. The PNP now needs to go back and look at the type of candidate that it is putting forward in St. James, because this is what has led to the diminution in the price of sardines. There was a time when you had a Francis Tulloch, a Howard Cook, you know, a Derek Kelly. We don't have that anymore, and it is playing out in terms of what is happening in St. James. You can't put up a string of political neophytes against a Chang and a Bartlett and you know and so on. And part of the problem with St. James too is that the PMP has failed to engage the business class. It has failed to engage the business class, and so in most of the previous elections, it has not been able to attract meaningful funding. Let's look at what the economy is like in St. James. We have tourism, we have the BPO sector, and so on and so forth. And I don't see where the PMP candidates have been able to make any inroads into those areas in terms of attracting funding.
Thanks, Lord B.
Most of
Desmond wanted to make a comment.
And Lloyd B. And in addition to what Lloyd B said, let us not rule out the transactional nature of the elections. A lot of people don't want to talk about this, but vote buying is active, you know. It's an active ingredient in today's politics. And it played a role in the result of this election also.
I just want to ask a question here to Lloyd B. Lloyd B, you sound to me like a socialist from your argument, the way you're talking about the winning of the JLP. A win is a win to me, but not to you, obviously. But the question I want to ask is, the numbers that were racked up in the voter turnout and the people who voted for PMP versus JLP in the Montego Bay area, do you think consisting in that JLP count for the seats that they won, that PMP people voted for the JLP?
I wouldn't necessarily think so. The fact of the matter is that in many instances over these past years, quite a few members of, or supporters rather, of the PMP have not been voting because they have not been sufficiently been excited by the candidates that have been offered to them. And that's a fact.
Thank you for that.
And I see you have tried to frame me and to as a socialist.
No.
I don't know where this is going. I don't know where that is going, but the fact of the matter is that the reality in St. James is that over a period of time, the PMP has failed to sufficiently attract and maintain its base and newcomers in terms of voters too.
But the
equation that goes without saying.
But like I'm going to move on. I really want to move on.
Like we want it to be.
Listen, I speak from experience, you know. Just a moment, Desmond. Desmond, I want to just make a point here to the person. I speak from experience because I ran in 2011 on a PMP ticket, and I ran in a constituency that was cut for the DNP, and I won. Why did I win? Because of the fact that the people of Montego Bay were excited in seeing a candidate that they could identify with.
The governor.
The problem that has been happening with the PMP is that it has not been doing enough groundwork to stand.
And let it be known that socialism is not a bad word.
It's dead.
It's not a bad word.
But it's dead.
I am a socialist.
I don't mind being
We're gonna move on. We're not going to get into a scrape here. I just want to ask where we want to take it up. There's this constant argument about what the low voter turnout means. Some people dismiss it, like I see Patrick trying to say it's just been going on for a while. Some people argue that it's just general voter apathy, that Jamaicans don't care there's an argument that Desmond and others make that it is because the promises, people have not been seeing the promises fulfilled. How is Jamaica? How is Jamaica going to take off on that? Because we need better than 40% turning out to the polls. We need better than that.
There's something more fundamental than that, Franklin. People have been talking about this 30% of what, 40% of what. Let's look at the list and see if the number of persons on the list are really all available to vote. What happened to all those who migrated? You will always have dead people on the list because some people die even the very day. Every day people die. So dead people will always be on the list. So the argument is there that we are not sure.
You wouldn't get much lower than 2 million or even 1.5. Look at what we got. Even that, it would be only 50%. Even if you purge that list.
Yes.
And I meet people all the time who indicated they're not going to vote. The polls indicated this time that there was 50 to 55% according to the Dan Anderson poll who said that they would vote or they would consider voting, but even that didn't turn out.
Franklin, I think we're missing a point here though. Voting has become a transactional arrangement. And you talk to a lot of people, they say, what is in it for me? So I'm not going to vote unless something is in it for me. So the transactional arrangement is keeping back people. One. And two, people just generally turn off by both political parties. They figure them are the same, right? And the next thing, the whole voter education, civic education of the community is not being done. So some people not even come to the realization how important is it to vote, right? So all of those factors help to set back voting numbers. But we are not alone. We are not alone. It's a worldwide trend. If you look at it, even America, Canada, many of the elections are below 50%, 30%, 40%.
But if I may interject here, I am going to categorically say, without any poll like they done on this poll, that every single Labourite who was on that voters list went out to vote. So we're seeing, I think the problem lays.
No, Mary.
I just said that this is my impression.
Well, say that.
I am telling you.
But it couldn't be, Mary, because it couldn't be.
Because you're so far away. That's why you think so.
50% already.
That's why you think so.
Based upon my community of Labourites, right? I know that all of us intended, because we knew that it was going to come down to the vote, and we knew that if we did not go out to vote, we were going to be out voted, even if 50% of the PMP voters turned out. So Labourites were of the spirit that, listen, it'll come down to the vote, and we are going out to vote. Whether we have to crawl, we have to skip, we have to dance, we were going out to vote because every single vote was going to make the difference. And as you can see in the election, it was so tight, so close, so heatedly contested with whoever voted, the percentage that voted. But Labourites knew that every single Labourite vote mattered for us to edge out the PNP in this election. And that's what we did. We didn't.
What you're talking about there is motivation.
We edged a victory. It was a victory that was edged. And it was edged by a determination and a patriotism to Jamaica that we saw performance. And if nobody else was going to take up that mantle to vote for performance, every single Labourite felt duty bound to do so.
All right. Okay. I want to go to line B. I'm getting a question. Some of the questions are coming up here, but I'm getting a question on WhatsApp, which is challenging you, line B, about minority government. And the person is saying this is not a minority government. And then I'm going to ask Winnie to take questions there and come on.
You want me to do it first, like how it's on the screen?
Government.
It's on the screen.
Before you come in, Winnie, before you come in, Lloyd B, respond to that. The person is saying the fact that 40% vote doesn't mean it's a minority government. How could it be a minority government when it has a majority?
That is semantics. The
It
reality is that if you have 60% of the population not voting, I mean, that speaks for itself. We are talking about numbers. I mean, so I don't see that as a debatable topic. The reality is, of course, that we do have a democracy, and whichever party gets the majority of the votes forms the government. That goes without saying.
Absolutely.
But on the other hand, and I'm sure that Mr. Dr. Holness, in his quieter moments, would be concerned that there are not sufficient numbers of Jamaicans, and the same thing would have applied to the PNP leadership if they had won, that so many Jamaicans are still not wanting to participate in the democratic process of electing their representatives and their government. And I stand by that.
Winnie, we're moving forward. Hold on, Desmond, hold on. We're moving forward.
Okay, back to Moses again. Back to Moses. Moses says, that's voter apathy born out of corruption fatigue when scandals are so baked into the political culture that Jamaicans lose trust, lose hope, and stop caring whether change ever comes.
What I am saying...
And Owen Richard says, how is a cast ballot considered spoiled?
Well, there are several conditions under which are well accepted and under which a ballot can be determined as spoiled or not. And it's not one person determining that either.
Right.
Franklin, the point I'm making, one of the things you must remember, the 39.5% of voters who voted is not all of those. That is split between JLP and PNP,
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Let us remember that.
Yes, it's a whole pile. It's a whole
yes.
pile.
Right.
All right. So now...
JLP and PNP. No, you're wrong there. It's JLP and PNP and the few who voted for the third party.
The independent.
And the independent.
Independent and
people
third
voted
party.
JLP or PNP and independent. Light B, go ahead, Light B.
No, I'm saying that we are all beating our head against the wall. But the fact is, if you look at the popular vote, it's just a few thousand votes separate the PNP from the JLP.
5,000. Absolutely.
Bear that in mind. Look at the popular vote. Over 800 people
just a few seats separated them as well.
One at a time. Let's
just a few thousand votes separated.
Right. But one of the point is unfortunate Jamaica don't register its voters to any political parties. And so
that's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. So when Mary is giving the impression that all the laborites vote, I don't know how to get the numbers.
No, Mary, no, that out of the air.
You see, we have to look at the stats. And there's no stats being created, reliable data to say, just like at one time they said that the PNP have a 30% base and GLP 20%. Right? I don't know where they get those figures from. Right?
They come up with the strongholds.
But not overall. But if that was the case, why is it many times they cannot ignite or get their base to vote? Right? And then when you look at the so-called meetings that they have around the place, it's packed with people, which I think is a big waste of time and money. We should not be blocking Halfway Tree. We should not be blocking Sam Sharp Square when all we did is to bus people from Westmoreland, bus people from Kingston. It's a big waste of time.
It's part of the process.
Right? No. All they need to do is, remember, it's constituency win election. All they need to do is to go in the constituency and have constituency meeting in a church.
That's not charismatic enough. Please, we need these things as part of our election emblems.
We're wasting money.
The Jamaican political culture calls for theatrics, Patrick, and you're not going to get away from that. People like the idea of the mass meetings. They get to eat a food, they get a free ride, all the excitement, the colors, everything is
We
part of
love
our
it.
political culture.
It's
We
the
love
same
it. We
thing
love
with
it.
Gary
That's gonna go away.
Let's look now to
But
where
even America is
You
doing
are
it, Patrick.
recycling.
What do you
America, no, no, no. In
America does it?
America, no.
That is
In
not
Let's look
America,
now
that is
to
not
where
a
the
fundamental.
PNP, what happens
it
with the
is
PNP
fundamental.
now.
In
Let's
America,
look now. Let's look
Patrick,
now.
they book a
Patrick,
train.
Let's
that
look
is not
now.
a fundamental point.
Patrick,
That
Lloyd
They
B,
don't
Lloyd
block the
B,
road.
what
I've never seen the road
Lloyd B,
blocked.
Patrick,
what
we
you need.
have got to move on. We've got to move on from the carnival of the politics. Let's look now at what happens with the PNP.
Yes.
Is this something
Listen to
that should
Simon first. You all sound like Beam. B. Make no SCENE. God is going to fix it.
Amen, brother.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I just
That
want
is
to
what
ask
is
him
only
now.
black
So where
people.
does the PNP go now? We start with you, Desmond. What's the situation you would be expecting? What would you be expecting of
Well,
the
the,
PNP now? What should I be thinking of now?
well, what I expect the PNP to do is to come together now and present a strong opposition in Parliament, and to continue to deal with the issues affecting the lives of the people. The elections are over, But what we must do now, and I am expecting the PNP to do that, to continue to focus on those issues impacting the lives of the people. The other issue is that the opposition must keep on informing us and calling for the Integrity Commission to carry out the investigation. We have 11 members of Parliament who are facing investigation for illicit enrichment. We don't know how many of those were re-elected. We want the opposition must continue to keep the focus on and for the Prime Minister to get his name from under this dark cloud, right? And as I said, to ensure that we have good governance and that the issues affecting the lives of the people are dealt with.
Patrick?
Yeah, the first thing they have to change the leadership. It's not looking. No, whenever.
Mary, allow him, please. Allow him.
Yeah,
please.
whenever there is a loss in a general election like that, it's always good to change the leadership.
No, it is not always. It is not always good to change the leadership.
Desmond, allow him, please. Allow him. One at a time. You just got to run a while ago.
Right, because even this last election, the party machinery did seem a little outdated to me. Right, although they didn't have much funding, the message didn't resonate much with the public. It just in the latter part when they come with the what was it again? The tax, when they come with the tax threshold, but there was no real message. A lot of flip flopping and a lot of messages that were not connected to the.
So what do you expect them to be doing now, Patrick?
Okay, so that's one. Change the leadership. One, and two.
Sorry, say that again. I missed that.
Change the leadership.
Change the leadership. Okay.
Yes. Change. A matter of fact, the entire party leadership, I think, should change. Right? That's one. And two, come up with a message that the Jamaican public will really want. Right? And communicate better with the public. I think those are the three main things that they need to do.
Lloyd B?
I want to jump in here, Sir Mark, because...
Hold on, let Lloyd B. We're coming to you next, Mary. We're coming to you after Lloyd B. Lloyd B,
I will continue to maintain, yes, I will continue to maintain that all politics is local. There was a time when the PNP used to spend a lot of time on the ground. They had political classes. They went into the constituencies and reasoned with the people, get a sense of what are their real needs and aspirations. And that is where you now begin to look at what is the best candidate to fit that situation. If we look at some of the results in this election, what happened over in Eastern Portland, what happened in Central Manchester, what happened in North Trelawney, it is because those candidates who won stayed with the people, stayed with their needs and aspirations, and were able to maintain their victory margin. This is part of the reality you have to face. Yes, the leadership matter is important, but I think we are not realizing that with the advent of social media, with all that is happening in this space now, the reality is that people want people who can represent them, effectively. And we must look at that in a serious way. I believe that, for example, what happened in central Manchester was because that young woman was able to effectively represent the constituency and was able to stave off the PNP juggernaut. What happened in North Trelawney again? Look at these young women who were able to stave off the PNP's bid to replace them. Look at what happened in Eastern Portland when an Isaac Buchanan coming out of nowhere was able to mash one of the vases. This is the reality of politics. We must look at the local environment in which politics operates and not just look at the macro side of politics, which sometimes is deceptive and misleading.
Thank you. Mary, before you come in, let me just run. Winnie, can you just run some comments you've seen coming in there?
Let's see. I'm not seeing them. Yes.
All right.
Mary Smorey says. Mary Smorey.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Franklin, you go.
No, go ahead, Winnie. You can see.
Okay. Mary Smorey says the voter apathy is so high that it appears that it is mainly diehards who are going out to vote. And then Jermaine Foster says, Desmond, this is for you. Desmond, you're a PNP advocate, but you can never stop Andrew Holness. That's what Jermaine Foster says. Moses again, Mark Golding is a party leader, and the Jamaican people failed Jamaica by putting this corrupted government back into power, plain and simple, because they love their belly more than anything else. That's what Moses says. I am hoping that nobody listens. I'm hoping that nobody listens to Patrick and create more chaos by changing the leader. Look at what has happened. They have doubled the number and energized the party. You don't need another leadership race in that party now. You need cohesion. So don't listen to Patrick. He doesn't mind if your party mash up. Don't listen to him.
No. Nothing like that.
Mary, your time.
I was going to say that my husband is in Patrick's school, where he believes that the leadership should change to Lisa Anna because he's a Lisa.
No, not Lisa.
Don't ask me. A Labourite.
But Labourites can't determine how the PNP leadership.
Not Lisa Anna though.
I would have to time up. If Lisa Anna runs for the PNP, I would have to time up in the house so that people don't vote for her.
Let me tell you something. Lisa would be dead meat, but that's another story.
I think
don't listen to Labourites. PNP. All the
PNP would never listen to Labourites to determine how their leadership should go.
Go fix your business yourself.
But I do believe that I support Mark Golding as a leader. I think that based upon his experience before politics and during politics, he does have the profile that would make a good leader. And that's what we want for Jamaica. We want the best. Even though I'm a Labourite, I'm a patriot first. We want to put up our best people. I do believe that Mark Golding is a solid leader. And if and when he's ever elected as Prime Minister of this country, he too would also make a good Prime Minister. I just have a problem with him and that dual citizenship thing, and that's something I think him as a patriotic Jamaican. Mark, you need to look at that and choose Jamaica.
He's not a Jamaican.
I would go there. I would touch that.
Jamaican.
A point I'd
I
like
don't
to
understand
make
you.
is this.
Hold
Just
on.
because he's born in Jamaica doesn't mean
No, you can't say that about 16 times.
I want to make
Hold
this
on. Let me just
point.
ask Duckworth. Because we shouldn't be irresponsible
go
to
ahead.
let
Go
something
ahead.
like that pass. Duckworth, what do you mean by it's not a Jamaica?
America is the only country in the world.
No, but not
He's born in Jamaica, but he's more of a British citizenship.
Yes, he's a British.
Duckworth.
Did
you see the debate and have you heard by now that Mr. Mark Golding was born in Jamaica?
That's a sham, Bonnie. That's what we're saying. We don't have birth.
No, hold on. What do you mean by a sham?
What do you mean by a sham?
What do you mean by a sham?
Up to age 45, you didn't have a Jamaican passport.
To say that you are...
Hold on, Patrick. Let me just hear what Mary is saying. Hold on,
what
Patrick.
we are saying, what the Granges are saying...
No, we're not just talking about what you're saying. We're saying facts, because this is a serious program.
The fact is,
we're talking about what the facts are.
Jamaica
what the
does
facts
not
are.
have
Do you
birthright
accept that
citizenship.
Mr. Mark Golden was born in Jamaica?
It doesn't make him a Jamaica because we do not have...
I don't understand you. Where you get that from?
He did not take...
You can look it up.
Where do you get that from? That
The Constitution.
Make you Jamaica.
I got that from the Constitution, Mr. Mack. We do not have birthright citizenship. So not because you're born in Jamaican, you're not a Jamaican until you choose
Mary,
to
that is
become
so
a
ridiculous.
citizen.
I don't even know how to respond.
Hold
That
on,
is so
Franklin.
ridiculous. And then who use that argument?
May I say something, please?
Let's bring in Winnie, the fact
There is a
Winnie.
gentleman. There is a gentleman in the jail right now who's also
Mary,
he's not
throw
running
us
for
aside
prime
and don't
minister.
say your name. Lloyd B, I was speaking over you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that there's a gentleman in the JLP right now who is also a British citizen. And our constitution does allow for Commonwealth citizens to sit in our parliament. So I think what we are doing here is beating a dead fish.
Lloyd B.
No, remember this is the Prime Minister. Is Andrew Holness told Mary that, you remember the Prime Minister during the debate when Mark presented his birth certificate.
More serious than that.
No, let us
Winnie. We have to know that somebody who's born in Jamaica is a Jamaican.
Does born in Jamaica makes you a Jamaican?
Listen.
One of the things.
The man did not claim Jamaican citizenship. Up to age 45.
Hold on, Patrick. Let me hear you. Hold on, Patrick. Patrick, slow down a little bit. Patrick, let me hear you. Patrick, slow down and let me hear you.
I'm saying
let's hear you now.
45. Mark did not have a Jamaican passport. How do you explain that?
That is true.
Right.
And Mr. Mark, are you saying that
is he a Jamaican, Patrick?
He did not.
Patrick, is he a Jamaican?
He did not claim it.
Patrick, is he a Jamaican?
No.
He claimed it.
No, Mary, you just need to go get some facts on that. But I'm just asking Patrick, because we can't do this to our own Jamaican people.
Okay, a passport is a way of claiming your citizenship.
Patrick, is he a Jamaican?
Well, I'm not sure because I don't know if he has a Jamaican passport, and that's a way of claiming your citizenship.
What about your birth certificate?
Disgrace, you know what is this proving to me? How divided and how stupid we are by our division.
No, Mr. Mark, the fact is you're born in Jamaica
it's amazing.
Parents of a different nationality. You're not a Jamaican.
Hold on. I consider it shameful that somebody who was born in Jamaica.
Yes.
I mean, I, for example, knew his father personally, but it's a shame that we should be saying in Jamaica that one of our own, born here, given service here, is not a Jamaican. Or
he was born to British parents.
We don't know.
Right. They were not Jamaican.
They were not Jamaicans, Mr. Mark.
No, I'm not talking about his parents. It's a shame, and I'm not going to continue on this. I'm not going to continue on this, not because there's anything to be afraid of, but because I don't want us to sully ourselves by saying stupid things, including that.
I will look up the research and send it to you.
Can I make a point in this? If he was
we made a point already. I'm going to just take a couple of more questions.
Franklin,
somebody is asking about what about Matthew Samuda. I'm going to move on from that. JK Engineering, Franklin, make the lady speak, man. Moses says the Constitution of Jamaica, Chapter 2, Section 3, order in the council is clear. Every person, well, we know that. Every person born in Jamaica has an automatic right to citizenship. We know that already. Ms. Mary Grange, I disagree with you. Mark Golden will never be Prime Minister of Jamaica because of his participation in FinSAC. We diehard JLP who were around during FinSAC never forget. All right. Okay.
The other thing, Franklin, that we must look at.
And I'm going to come to urgent issues for the administration. But Desmond, go ahead.
This is an urgent issue for the administration. Is that what is the Prime Minister thinking now about his cabinet? Now, when you look at the previous cabinet, there are some elders, and what is he going to do about those newcomers who have solidified their position? Like, for example, the candidate there in central Manchester, in Clarendon, in Trelawney. Now, is he going to make space for new blood into the cabinet?
So, for example, and you're talking about Miss Crawford in Manchester, central Manchester. Who are you mentioning in Clarendon? Rhoda May Crawford is who we were talking about in Clarendon, yes?
Yes, I'm talking about, well, is he going to maintain Morgan, who is in Clarendon there?
Yeah.
Clarendon South, yes. And
North Central.
North Central. Morgan is North Central, yeah.
Desmond. The JP has a whole lot of people. The resources are numerous. They have real good, strong candidates who are cabinet material.
Like who, Patrick?
Who? Oh my God, we can name them. You have Favour Williams. You have Audrey Marks.
But she was in the cabinet already, you know.
Yes, I'm saying to you that they have a strong team to choose from. My question is, how is he going to fit in all of these people? Because now that his pool has reduced, right? He has a whole lot of people to choose from. I don't think you have to worry about filling the gaps, filling the cabinet.
Patrick. So what are the issues you see now, Patrick? So what's going on to issues? What are the issues you see now of importance to the administration? And then I come into Lloyd be on the same.
Okay, so one, they have to grow the economy. Agriculture did not grow in the last 5 years, right? Production, domestic food production had a little jump in about 2022. Now, the last couple of years, it has been not growing, lethargic. Import, the food import has been on the rise. We are now at 1.6 billion. So, domestic food production is not growing. Import is growing. So, these are two, when you look at it, it's like a recipe for more disaster. Secondly, you move around, you see the amount of farmlands that are, and I'm just diving a little bit on agriculture. A lot of lands that are not occupied, right? On a positive side, the government did put a lot of money in incentives to incentivize farmers. And it's ironic again, over $1 billion, yet production are not moving. So the point is, where is the money going? So all of those things have to be considered. So I think the main point in this new administration is to grow the economy, especially agriculture.
Yeah, that 1% growth there can't deliver much.
No.
The 1% we've been having for 40 years.
So especially agriculture, more emphasis has to be placed on it. More emphasis has to be placed on manufacture too. Right? We are still importing too many manufactured goods, food processing, and many of these things could be.
Mary, we're getting a disturbance from you at your end.
No, not my end.
No, not you, Mary.
Exactly right. So that's my real thing. Grow the economy, and the perceived corruption. The perceived, I can't call it anything else because it has not been proven in most cases. But the perceived corruption must stop. Right?
Okay. Lord B wanted to come in, but let me just show in this since we're sitting on the economy. Patrick, get your facts straight. It's US 1.9 billion in imports versus only US 400 million in
No,
exports.
man, it's food. That's not, I'm correct. 1.6.
You were talking about food, right? You were talking about the food import bill.
Yes.
And food export bill. Food import bill.
And
at 1.6 billion.
Export is 200.
And it's a staggering figure that you produce in your magazine last time, one of the stories that I saw last time. Lloyd B, what are the issues that you think that the new administration should tackle now?
Well, first of all, I think the government should seriously look at moving away from just tourism, which seems to be the star of the show for quite some time, and begin to look more seriously at the manufacturing sector. Patrick pointed out the whole business about agriculture.
Okay. Yes, that's the end of today's show. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Yes. And thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. As per usual, all users of our roads, drivers, pedestrians, riders, we are urging you to be more careful. Too many loss of lives. Yes. Serious. Families are in mourning. And stay safe. Remember, the gunmen are out there. Until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio and I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never